Trifecta presents week 3 of the CrossFit Semifinals season. We're at the Granite Games, TCO Stadium here in Eagan, Minnesota, just outside the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul. This is the training site for the Minnesota Vikings. We welcome you high atop TCO Stadium alongside Chase Ingram. My name is Joel Godet, and Chase, we might see the return of Event 7 this year. Thought we had gotten away from the weather. It's not as hot, but maybe some rain.
Yeah, last year was near 100 degrees for all 3 days of competition. Today, rain is on the forecast, and when you have things like sled pushes, legless rope climbs, that could play a big factor in how things shake out at the end of the day.
And it is very tight here on the final day. Starting on the men's side, where Anthony Davis is the local, just 13 points out of potentially qualifying for the games in his home city. But how about Colton Mertens? Not a surprise, but maybe a surprise to be in the top spot.
Top spot, I mean, he had a great performance last year, just sneaking into the top 5, and now he's sitting in a dominant first place position. His performances all weekend long have been great, but nothing as good as that 36 for 36 on the unbroken chest to bar pull-ups to close things out last night. But Phil Toon, he's only 4 points back. As great as Mertens is as great as Toon was yesterday. Toon went toe-to-toe with Brent Fikowski in a massive chipper and pulled it out at the end. So Toon, not just a strong guy, not just an endurance guy, but this is a tough individual.
Some close races on the men's side here on the final day. Some close races on the women's side as well, although maybe the name we expected to see at the top of the leaderboard. Mal O'Brien, after qualifying through the Granite Games last year, is poised to win the Granite Games this year. Danny Spiegel pushing her, though, just 8 points off pace, and then Amanda Barnhart right where you thought she would be in a qualifying position as well.
I mean, right off the bat in the very beginning, she got that quick no rep at the end, unfazed, got right back, takes the win. Multiple event wins all weekend long. 3 out of 4 of the events that she stepped on the competition floor. That's why she's in first. But Danny Spiegel, she is only a handful of points behind her. As great as Mal has been doing, 3 first place wins, you'd think she'd be winning by 40 points. That's not the case. Danny Spiegel is right there with her.
We've got some high drama potentially on the individual sides, maybe not so much on the team sides. 5 tickets to the games, and there are 5 teams right now in a pretty comfortable qualifying position. Does that surprise you?
A little bit, just based off what we've seen the last couple of weeks. You look at Rhapsody holding on to that 5th and final spot, 50 points clear of undefeated. But anything can happen on the day, Joel. But CrossFit Invictus, as dominant as they have been, it's just a 15-point lead. The point system, 5 points per place, is in there where every team here has an opportunity depending on what happens. The events we have today, long event to start things off. Who knows what can happen when it comes to that, and the legless rope climb. So, like I said, nothing's set, anything can happen.
Lone Star, CrossFit Red. CrossFit 8035. Verdant CrossFit. CrossFit Reignited. Ocean State CrossFit Blue. And rounding out the heat here for heat number 1, CrossFit Gambit. One-minute athletes, 1 minute to your starting positions, please. Thirty seconds. 30 seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. All right, here we go. 2 heats of teams getting underway. Endure the sled. A 35-minute time-capped event kicking off our final day of competition here for your teams. 200-yard sled push, mixed pairs. 1 sled for the ladies, 1 sled for the fellas, on and off the field, on and off the teammates, tagging in and out. 50 synchronized burpees. 75 calories on the Echo Bike for the fellas, 50 calories for the ladies. And then our teams will head out for a big 1,500-meter team run. Back to the Echo Bikes for 75 and 50 calories. Another 50 synchronized burpees, and then a final 200-yard sled push. Oh yeah, we're on an NFL field, so down and back. 200 whopping yards.
How many times down back?
You guys are just getting here this morning. Hope you guys are caffeinated. Ready for a great final day of competition here at the 2022 Granite Games. CrossFit Lakeville moving well with their second sled, 2 sleds per lane per team. CrossFit hype. 1 sled just about at that end zone. 2.5 minutes in. We'll keep track of that split time. Second sled for hype. And they'll be heading out Razor Ranch CrossFit. Heading out for some burpees. CrossFit Gambit now will be heading out for their first set of 50 synchronized burpees. Our team syncing up at the bottom of that rep. All 4 teammates, 50 synchronized burpees. And then your athletes are going to be heading to the opposite side of the floor, hopping on those Rogue Echo bikes for 75 calories and 50. 75 for the gentlemen, 50 for the ladies. Lakeville, lane number 4. Hands are up from the judges. And Lakeville will be your first team. 50 synchronized burpees. 25 on one side of the floor, 25 on the other. And then onto those Rogue Echo bikes. Another 25 synchronized burpees before they hit those Rogue Echo bikes. Coming up on the 6-minute, 35-minute time cap for your team. Endure the sled. After that Rogue Echo bike, everybody will head out for that 4-person team run, 1,500 meters, 3 full laps around our complex. And back down that ladder for more calories, burpees, and sled pushes. Gambit, Ocean State hitting their Rogue Echo bikes. Crossing over the 8.5-minute mark. We got to get to that 75-calorie marker for the gentlemen. 50 calories for the ladies on those Rogue Echo bikes. Reignited. Gonna be one of your first teams, the hands in the air. And they'll be heading down the field for their 1,500-meter team run. CrossFit Reignited, your first team. Once again, a 3-lap course for your elite teams. Vernon CrossFit now off of the bikes. CrossFit Hype working their way around the course. Lakeville right behind them. Just 12 minutes in, we're looking for 3 full laps from your team. Lone Star CrossFit Red making their way down the field. Lane number 3 looking to mount up for some more calories. CrossFit Hype right behind them in lane number 4. And now Lakeville in lane number 6. Rounding out your top 4 teams at the 16.5-minute mark here in heat number 1. 2 heats of your elite teams before we reseed for event number 6. And now CrossFit Lakeville and Hype hitting their bikes. 80-35. CrossFit Gambit now jumping back on their bikes. Yards to go, hitting the bikes out of lane number 9, Ocean State CrossFit Blue. And making their way back to their bikes is Razor Ranch down in lane number 2. Just over that halfway marker. 18 minutes in, a 35-minute time cap for your teams. Our athletes out here testing their endurance. 400 total yards on the sled push, almost a mile of running. And a whole bunch of burpees mixed in there with some calories. We've seen the strength. Testing those engines here today as Reignited trying to be the unicorn here for event number 5. One more heat to come. And now Lone Star Red racing out to their second set of burpees. 25 burpees synchronized. On this side of the competition field, they'll run down to the opposite side for 25 more before getting back on those flip sleds for that final whopping 200-yard sled push. As we come up on the 20-minute mark, CrossFit hype. 80-35 out working hard. And now Lakeville rushing out for some burpees, but CrossFit Reignited heading down for their second set of 25 on the synchronized burpees. Just 21 minutes in. We do have a 35-minute time cap for this event. All of your teams here, of course, in heat number 1, trying to set the time to beat, come up with a heat win going into the final event later this afternoon. Reignited and Lone Star Red leading the way here in heat number 1. Ocean State CrossFit Blue now off of the bike. Final calories down in lane number 2 for Razor Ranch. Hands are up for CrossFit Reignited. Looking to finish up that second set of 25, 50 total synchronized burpees, and Reignited will head to their sled for their final push at that 22-25 marker. And now CrossFit Gamut down in lane number 10, making up a lot of ground on the second portion of this event. Looking to get back in that leading lap. Reignited at Lone Star Red, leading the way here in heat number 1. Wasting no time trying to edge out Lone Star Red. CrossFit Reignited onto the sleds. Already about 25 yards in. And now just about 40 yards in for Reignited. Lone Star Red down in lane number 3, touching up on those flip sleds. Your 1 and 2 teams, their final sled push, off and moving now with CrossFit Reignited leading the way. One athlete at a time on the sleds, 2 sleds. Got to get down and back, full length of the field, 200 yards. Lone Star CrossFit Red in that number 2 position. Now looks to be 80-35 out onto the competition floor on the sleds. Turning and burning 100+ yards in. Your leaders at the 25-minute mark. CrossFit reignited. Making their way down the floor. The competition field, if you will. Just about at the 50-yard, make it 150-yard mark on the way back. Can CrossFit Reignited set the top team time here for event number 5? Down in lane number 8, Lone Star CrossFit Red putting on the pressure. And 80-35 right on their heels as well. "26 minutes in. 9 minutes remaining, teams. 9 minutes to go. Razor Ranch CrossFit done with the burpees, heading back to the sled. Right about 25 yards to go for your CrossFit Reignited. Lane number 8. 5 yards to go for sled number 1. 1 down and 1 to go for CrossFit Reignited. Lone Star CrossFit Red about 30 yards away. Off and running 100 yards all the way down to the finish line. You see him running, lane number 8, CrossFit Reignited. Looking to be the time to beat here in heat number 1, with heat number 2 coming up. And they'll do so now, right around 27-25. Lone Star CrossFit Red, 1 sled down, 1 to go. "80-35, putting the pressure on CrossFit Lone Star Red.
Come on.
28 minutes in, teams. And Lone Star CrossFit Red will take off, running down to that red stopping line. 1 down and 1 to go now for 80-35. Looking to round out your top 3 teams here in heat number 1. 28.5 minutes in, and they'll head down the field to finish up here event number 5. CrossFit Gambit now in lane number 10. CrossFit Lakeville, both of their sleds down in lane number 6. About 25 yards to go. All neck and neck. Gambit and Lakeville CrossFit Gambit, final push down in lane number 10. Got to stay in front of Lakeville. 100 yards to go. Here comes CrossFit Lakeville. Gambit and Lakeville at the same time. Advantage going to Gambit. And now CrossFit Hype will finish up on their sled. Heading down the field, 100 yards before that stop, Matt. Vernon CrossFit will have their sleds across the line, as CrossFit Hype will finish up right around the 30-minute mark. 5 minutes to go, athletes, 5 minutes remaining. One sled down and one to go for Ocean State CrossFit Blue. With one more event here today, all your teams trying to gather as many points as possible. Finish out their weekend here at the Granite Games, and that'll do it for Ocean State CrossFit Blue. Lane number 9. 50 yards remaining for Ocean State. And then there was one, 4 minutes remaining. Razor Ranch CrossFit. Down in lane number 2, less than 25 yards remaining. And plenty of time to finish up. Great weekend here for Razor Ranch CrossFit. 1 down and 1 to go. And that'll do it for Razor Ranch. One final 100-yard run. Heading down the field, make some noise for Razor Ranch CrossFit. Crossing over the 32-minute mark. And that'll do it for heat number 1. Everybody plenty of time to spare on that 35-minute time cap. Folks, don't go anywhere. A few more minutes. Reset the floor. Back here for heat number 2. CrossFit reignited, setting the time to beat.
Eagan, Minnesota is the site of the 2022 Granite Games, week 3 of the CrossFit semifinal season, presented by Trifecta. Jamie Hagia is our reporter down on the field alongside Chase Ingram. My name is Joel Godet. For the final day of competition, we've got some cloud, we've got some rain, a little bit of a chance after 3 o'clock, although we did have some rain during the first heat for the teams today. Getting ready for the second heat. These are the standings. Top 10 teams are competing. There they are. 50 points separating undefeated from a spot in the 5 that earn a ticket to the CrossFit Games. We have 200 points on the line today. The event description is presented by Drink02.
The longest and, I would say, toughest test that these teams are going to face on the weekend kicks off the 3rd day of competition with all of these movements really testing the teamwork we have across the board.
Recipe for success delivered by Trifecta.
Do not wander. That means staying focused, staying in the moment. There is a lot of room to lose your head in this event.
Let's go down onto the field and check in with Jamie Hagia.
Thanks, guys. The teams will be pushing this flip sled in mixed pair genders. So what they're going to be looking for are, if they're holding the handles on the top here, you can breathe a little bit better. If you're holding it a little bit lower, you're going to get a little bit more leg drive. The second thing to look forward to is that I talked to Jordan Cook from Team Greater Heights Ascend, and he said they will be switching off about every 15 seconds. So instead of pushing for distance, they're going to be pushing for time.
Jamie, thank you. Here is the start list. As you look at this from high above, it will go 10-1, closest to furthest away from you, with Invictus Unconquerable on the far side of the stadium and CrossFit Union Black closest to you as we watch. Invictus and OBA are in the middle of the field as our 2 leaders. Rhapsody CrossFit is in lane 3, the team from South Carolina. Literally Rhapsody in blue today. And underway for what is a 35-minute time-capped event.
Well, starting off this 200-yard sled push is just a mean and cruel way to kick things off for the teams. Jamie's talking about Jordan Cook, actually seeing right there in the middle of your screen, opting for 15-second rotations. There's clocks all over the field, so you can be very aware of your timing. As far as how far to push, what time breaks, how to switch off, you can do distances, you can do time. There's a lot of different things you can plan for. One of the things I like to do when you're looking at from the coaching perspective is just go by feel sometimes. You don't have to set an exact set distance. How many cows are we gonna do? How many are you gonna do? Sometimes you just go by feel. And in this event, there's 2 opportunities to see that. The sled push here is one of them. The others we'll see later with the Echo bike. Sometimes setting those hard lines and expectations make it tough to change the game plan. It's almost like you're casual dating. Is like, hey, how many kids you want? It's like, let's just figure out after the first one, because I know my number changed.
These are mixed pairs pushing these sleds. 1 male, 1 female on each sled. It is the FS200 flip sled. It will actually flip. You do have to take the handles off, though, if you're going to try that. Don't try it at home when it's set up to push or pull. It's a 200-pound sled unloaded. If you're marine inclined, that is the weight of a pair of North Pacific giant octopi. If you're not marine inclined, it's what your fridge weighs.
You see a lot of different athletes change the way they push the sled. Do I go straight arms? Do I hold the bottom part? You can see different techniques between the men and the women here. Really, it's whatever moves the sled faster, and you'll see people move their hands top, bottom, pull underneath.
We did it yesterday. What did you like?
I like nothing about this. This thing sucks. Like, this is a really tough way to start the event because it's every piece in here. Truth be told, I love this test. This is an awesome test for the teams as far as a long endurance event. This is a huge grinder, but this is a huge, huge team event. It's not sexy on paper, but when we watch the first heat go, there's a lot. This is probably the most teamwork you'll see in any event here at the Granite Games.
Other thing to keep an eye on is that. What shoes are you wearing? Keep in mind, we are on turf, and we have seen some athletes, and when I pushed this thing last night, I couldn't get any traction. I was sliding all over the place. I don't see any cleats out there. We didn't see any in the first heat. Do you wear some sort of cleated trainer? I know Wilmington in the first heat was your winner. Ryan Fitzpatrick, one of their guys, had a running shoe that had a better grip on it, so that is a consideration that some of these teams have made.
I think cleats is the way to go. Something light like a soccer cleat, even a trail run shoe, they have a bit more grip at the base part of the sole of their shoe. But the only issue you would have with, say, a cleat is getting to the bike pedals. But even then, like the bike pedals itself, you're not going that fast. Honestly, if you can lock your cleats into the gaps on the pedal, it's even a better grip for the bike. So for an event like this where you have 400 yards of sled pushes, cleats is definitely a great option. That's if you decided to bring them with you here.
Or you make a run to Dick's. Let's go down to Jamie.
Thanks. I was talking to Kelsey Kiel in the athlete warm-up area, and she did say she's wearing kind of like a hybrid. It is a little bit more than a running shoe, a little bit sturdier than just a running shoe, so that is what she decided to go with. Looks like it's working out pretty well for the sled pushes and the burpees. The bike she wasn't really worried about, so definitely the shoes do make a difference.
Kelsey Kiel's got to wear those bobsledding shoes. Dig those into ice.
I mean, they work well. It's like track spikes. Now that might be a little tougher to run around on. Now for the burpee pace, these line-facing burpees, the synchro has to be, everyone has to start the rep from the bottom together. So once everyone's down on the ground in sync, anyone can move at any time. And what you usually do is you basically ask who hates burpees the most. Whoever raises their hand, like, you're our pace setter. And so what these three athletes should do is just watch them do burpees. So you say I have an athlete who may be less conditioned than the other ones. Like, listen, you do 25 burpees at your comfortable pace. We're going to keep our eyes on you and follow you the entire time.
Invictus on the left there, your overall leader. 15 points back is Open Box Athletics, OBA on the right. That is Kelsey Kiel as your pace setter for OBA.
Right, and that's just the classic example. A lot of teams will do that. Some teams will say they'll have someone calling go, trying to get everybody to work together. That's just more complication to the system. It's tough to hear down there. You hear the other teams, you hear the music, the MCs.
Breaking boundaries on the left side of your screen is in third place.
So every team should just have that athlete that they just follow. Kelsey Kiel on the right side is that athlete for OBA.
Admittedly so. Not that we're calling her.
No, I'm not. Yeah, it's not a bad thing.
She and Ashley Wolseley are the powerhouses
exactly.
of that team.
And when you designate that person, that's your role, and that's an important role to be in. You are the pace setter for the rest of your team.
These burpees are split up at the 25-yard lines. 25, then you advance to the other 25, you go again. And then you advance here to the bike. Now we'll work in same gendered pairs. The men have to move that Echo Bike 75 calories. The women will move 50 calories. As with the sled, change off as needed. And Chase, that you said is not about picking a number. That's all based on feel.
And you can, right? Look at, there's a lot of different ways. You can go by feel. You can do, hey, I'm going to do 15 cals and we rotate. You can do 15 seconds and rotate. What you want to look for is when you get to, say, time checks or cal checks, is you start to get so ingrained with getting that number or doing that time, you stop looking at, say, the RPMs. And what you want on a bike like this, and the same for the sled, is we want constant movement at a specific pace. And if that means I go for 10 seconds and you go for 10 seconds, fine. But I would say is we've got a long run that's coming up after these 75 and 50 cals respectively. Let's just go by feel. As soon as, say, I dip below a certain RPM, I'm off the bike and you're on the bike.
Best pair of attire, or best piece of attire we're going to see all weekend. That blue headband, the Ted Lasso Believe sign on Joshua Alshama's head.
Yes. And this is the part where I said at the beginning, as far as a key to success, is not wandering. And that's mentally. This is a very long, grinding event. And a lot of times you can get too fatigued and really not pay attention to some of your transitions. So if you're thinking about, okay, if we dip below a certain RPM, I'm off the bike. So that person waiting needs to be watching that screen, waiting in the wings, because if you're going to do a lot of transitions, you got to make sure those transitions are quick.
Lowest finish for Invictus, a 3rd place finish. That was on the weightlifting event, the snatch ladder.
Invictus on the right, 40 seconds ahead of the lead pace by Wilmington in the first heat.
You don't have to worry about that. Be a goldfish.
Right.
Next heat. That's Joshua Alchama on the right, Devin Kim on the left. Five teams in pretty secure position here for the teams. 50 points is the difference between 5 and 6, and that's Rhapsody, the team in 5th place right now. Chase, they're in an interesting spot. Qualified for the games last year out of an online qualifier. First time they ever really competed live was at the CrossFit Games. It did not go the way they wanted to. They get a chance to come to a live semifinal here. It's a growth process, one step at a time.
Oh, we were talking a little bit about that yesterday. Is qualifying through an online format is much different than a live format for obvious reasons. So qualifying from an online position and then going to a live event, having to be your first one at the CrossFit Games is a pretty wide-eyed experience for a lot of teams. And maybe what they learned there at the games is paying off what they're putting here as far as a great performance for Rhapsody.
Invictus on the move now onto their 1,500-meter run. They are tethered together. Rhapsody was 37th at the games last year. Same team this year with the exception of one. That athlete became their coach.
And Invictus is about a minute ahead of pace from the previous best time to beat.
Talked about a pace setter on the burpees. You run here only as fast as your slowest runner. Or you drag that person behind.
Yeah, it's like, hey, listen, we're going to tie this around your waist, and the 3 of us is going to pull you. And we've seen things like that at the games. Rich Froning putting his hand behind Andrea Nistler's back to help push her along. Like, I like making the team work together in this format. Like I said at the top, this is probably the most teamwork we'll see all weekend long, because this is a huge weak link test. You can have 3 athletes that are having no issues in this long aerobic one, and one will derail the entire competition for you. That's what we're looking at. Okay, you're 50 points clear, maybe 5th through 6th. With this scoring system, that's the difference between 1st and 10th. And it's not like this undefeated who's 50 points out needs to make up 50 points in one event. You're talking a 1st through 5th, you cut out 20 to 25 points. So no one is really safe here, especially with the scoring system that they have. And in a test like this, which is really, I really like to see, is that all it takes is one person to have a bad day, and it completely changes what's going to happen on the leaderboard.
This is 3 laps around the field here at TCO Stadium. 1,500-meter run for these athletes. And then you're on the back half of this event. Back to the bikes, back to the burpees, back to the sled push.
And what's nice about this format, this pyramid chipper style where we go up and back down, it's a lot like doing loops. I would say not on track, because that's just awful. Loops on a track, but a long run course that has loops in. And you get a feel for the course. You get a feel for the way this event is actually going to unfold when you have a repeat on the way back. So a lot of what these athletes are experiencing on the way out, they can learn from those things and improve their performance on the way back.
Invictus just has to be careful running around the guardrails, because Jose Fernandez almost ate it there. and I mean it jokingly, but also seriously. Jen Ryan knocked herself out at the West Coast Classic last year when she hit her hand on a handrail and broke it, and then had to grit through on the at the games. Watch Jorge here. Look out. Like Joshua, a little wider next time. Much better. Maybe the single most 4 talented individuals is what Holden Rethwell told us about this Invictus team that they've put together. And they said they had 2 goals. 1, they wanted to perform to their ability. And 2, they wanted to win. They could win and not perform to their ability. Do you feel like they've performed to their ability?
No. And the placing on the leaderboard doesn't tell the whole story. How you did that is really what matters. And that goes for 5th place all the way through 1st place. Shoot, even if you don't make the top 5, if we're speaking to the entire field, it's like, if this was the best you could do, you put out the greatest performance the 4 of you could have, there's really not too much you can be upset about at the end of the day, because where you fall on the leaderboard is relative to what everyone else outside of the competition does. There's 19 other teams that can change where you place, but if you tapped your full potential as a team, there's not a lot you can be upset about. On the flip side, like you said, if you win but you competed terribly all weekend, that's a frustrating feeling, because if you're going to take that into the games, you're going to have to shore up a lot of things. So yeah, so having a combo of the two, that's where you really start to look at your performance as a whole.
Invictus is great here. They are lapping people. Get out the way. We're trying to come through. It's like horses at the track right now trying to take the inside rail.
That's how lucky they are, the weather that they have. If this was last year, this would be a completely different test for these athletes.
Yeah, they ran the ruck run last year in 100-degree heat at the West Coast Classic at 7 in the morning. They'll take this any day. Fernandez, Kim, and Brittany Weiss. Alchamo was not on that team last year, or not on an Invictus team last year. Back to the bikes here.
Oh, that was so great. What a beautiful transition. No hesitation whatsoever to get onto the bike.
75 cals for the men, 50 cals for the ladies.
And this is where you said you learn from your experience on the way out to hopefully improve your experience on the way back.
Time to beat 27-25 from Reignited. Chase, how's it feel when no one else is biking? Do you feel alone?
If you're in the lead, it feels freaking great, bro. I mean, yeah.
If you're the only team biking and everybody else already has, that is a much different vibe.
Yeah, like if you are the only team, oh wow.
No.
Yeah.
That's the other Invictus team, Invictus Unconquerable.
I'll say it's a completely different feeling to be the only team biking and everybody else is already off the bike. But yeah, being out there in the middle, especially in the second heat, hopefully knowing where your time checks are, it's a great feeling.
That's a great run for Invictus Unconquerable. They were not one of the first teams out to the run course. They're going to be the second team back here to the bikes, and
what it is, they have to go around that cone or that pylon in their lane. So these teams have to run around and then through the lane that they'll be competing in. So they try to come in the corner. So a little miscommunication. Now I'll say this, if this was a 10-minute event, I'd make a bigger stink about that. But seeing as how we have 15 more minutes to go,
except for
it might not be the worst thing that happened to him.
Poor Allison Weiss was almost severed at the waist by the rope. So she might make a bigger stink about it.
All right, we're in the back half of this event. 1,500 meters down off the run and back onto the bike.
It's like both and Kim watching. She was biding her time and then saw Brittany Weiss hop off. This is very well calculated for Invictus.
I think both Invictus teams may have your top 2 so far with Move Fast, Live Heavy, OBF or OBA, and Stay Strong coming off the run.
Unconquerable came in 9th place. This Invictus team came in 1st place. Invictus did qualify a pair of teams out of the West Coast Classic last year to the CrossFit Games. Unconquerable is further back, but certainly this would be a huge help to their cause if they wanted to give themselves any chance going into the final event. This is Move Fast, Lift Heavy. Nicole Soto getting after it. And using your arms is critical.
Yes, it is, and it's something that is often forgotten. Like, those aren't arm rests, those are handles for you to use. You can help your legs by using your arms when it comes to these air bikes.
Hey, wait.
25 burpees here at the 25-yard line. If you're ever curious what burpees do to a turf field, by the way, you've got like ghost impressions up and down that 25-yard line where you can see all the feet kick the rubber pellets out of the way.
The common complaint I've heard is all the rubber pellets that's getting into everybody's shoes by the end of the day, especially for our cameramen and volunteers out there.
This is the perfection of synchronized burpees. We talked about it earlier. Having your pace setter where everybody can kind of drop down and wait for that last person, but that's 4 people moving in unison.
Yeah, that is beautiful work. Team unison, as you said.
Open Box Athletics just crushed the bike because they have now passed Invictus Unconquerable. They're the second team back to the burpees. It goes Hecht, Kiel, Wozni, and Tortora left to right for Open Box. Fernandez, Kim, Weiss, Alchama left to right for Invictus.
How you choose your pacing is how difficult the movement you're currently working on really is, right? 50 line facing burpees is going to take a little bit more time because of these transitions than say the 75 cows on the bike split between 2 athletes, or 50 cows as well.
Invictus onto their second half of the burpees here. Greater Heights Ascend came into this event, Chase, in 4th place. They have a comfortable lead to be in the top 5 and earn a ticket to the CrossFit Games. But you don't want to take a tough event and make it interesting in event 6.
Well, they did. They have 340 points, and it's about 45 points clear of Rhapsody, who is another 50 points clear of 6th. That being said, you don't want to give up too big of chunks with another event on the horizon after this for event number 6. So they have a pretty comfortable, I mean, they're just about 95 points clear of 6. You can see Greater Heights with 340.
Duncan Milady is on the bike on the right side, former NCAA champion swimmer at Texas A&M. Kelly Baker just switched onto the bike on the left. 3-time regional athlete, soccer player at Mount St. Mary. Good athletic pedigree all around for that Texas team. Invictus doing burpees all by themselves on the right 25-yard line. If you want to use football terminology, going in. Everyone else still on the defensive half of the field, although Open Box Athletics is going to come into your screen on the left here and join Invictus.
They're not out of the woods yet.
It's only a 15-point difference. You don't gain a lot by finishing first if Invictus finishes second, but you gain 5. Both teams probably earning a ticket to the CrossFit Games, but we are talking about money here. First and second place does get you a little bit more cash in your pocket.
And Move Fast, Lift Heavy on the right side of your screens now join the party.
Done with the burpees. Back to the 200-yard sled push. Again, working in mixed pairs.
So final 200-yard sled push, mixed gender pairs, as you said, alternating as however they choose. Again, it's just one of those, if the sled starts to slow, just switch out. This is the easiest place to switch. It's not like a bike where you have to hop off, hop on, and try to get to your feet on the pedals. Just right behind each other. As soon as that starts to slow down, as soon as you feel like you're working too hard and you're not getting enough out of bang for your buck, switch that out. Even if you're rotating every 5-10 yards, as long as that sled is constantly moving, that's the big thing here.
Talked about what it feels like to be all alone. Invictus is pushing a sled through the field of burpees. Don't mind us, we're just going to win. Invictus across midfield. First down for Weiss and Fernandez. As Move Fast, Lift Heavy is trying to make up some ground here. Well, there.
And it's said in an up and down chipper, it's the back half as Move Fast, Lift Heavy has now moved into second overall. They were last coming off the first part of this sled, but this is a back half event. When you talk about the 75, 50 cows, the 50 burpees, the 200-yard sled is left in, there's no point in wasting too much energy too soon. You're not gonna win this event in the first 200 sled, but Move Fast, Lift Heavy has made a steady charge back into the second place position once they got done with that 1,500-meter run.
Time to beat 27-25 from a games team last year. Same 4 athletes, CrossFit Reignited ILM from North Carolina. Closing in on the 23-minute mark here. And the Move Fast Lift Heavy is coming up on the heels of OBA. Move Fast Lift Heavy at the top of your screen, OBA a little bit closer, taking a massive break. And waiting as well. You could see Joey Tortora was looking, and once he felt Move Fast Lift Heavy on his heels, got right back into the sled.
It's a little fun cat and mouse game between these two teams, because one of it is, I'm gonna get out in front, maybe let you chase me, and as soon as you worked your butt off to catch up to me, then I'm gone. And then we talked about that yesterday with breaking spirits. You can do that in this little game between the two athletes. And Joel, you're asking me, if you look on the left side of your screen about CrossFit Invictus, what's it like to be out in front on the bike or the sled? Great, because the last thing I want is to have to go head-to-head in a 200-yard sled push against another team at the end. Invictus is about 100 yards ahead of second place.
Jorge Fernandez with a massive drive once he got his hands on that sled. Passing off to Devin Kim. Still have 3 minutes and 25 seconds until the time to beat. Then 25 yards of a sled push, and then you do have to run back down the field 110 yards, which in football conditioning takes your skill players about 17 seconds. Now you've just worked out for 25 minutes, so
yeah, straight.
Takes you 25. Sounds about right. Sleds are across for Invictus, and Brittany Rice ran the wrong way.
Well, good thing they're 3 minutes ahead. It won't make a big deal in their overall finishing place.
And Jorge Fernandez waiting for Brittany Rice. Good teammate encouragement, because you can see on her face, she's gritting it out. I actually think Jorge is enjoying the pain.
Well, the pain goes away with a win.
Invictus, that's an event victory here in event 5.
I mean, maybe not completely, but it's easier to manage. It's a much more palpable pain when you get a W next to it.
3rd event win of the weekend, and a huge battle for 2nd. Open box athletics, Move Fast, Lift Heavy. They're the 2 teams going to the right.
I think 2nd is out of reach, but Move Fast, Lift Heavy needs to make sure that they hold on to 3rd. Now, Lane 9s just has a sled, 1 sled up next to them, but they got to have both across. Both across to get, obviously, the whole team needs to finish at the same time.
As you look at open box, Eric Carmody is driving the heck out of his sled for Invictus Unconquerable. So he's actually threatening where OBA is, but the 2nd sled for Invictus is way behind.
Well, they crushed the sled at the start of this event. That put them in 2nd place early on, and then they fell off a little bit in the middle.
You can see Carmody and Allison Weiss pushing at the top of the screen. Kelsey Keel. This is Kelsey Keel's jam right now. Here's a heavy sled, go push it far. Yeah, sign me up.
Maybe not this far, but she definitely have a great start in bobsled terms. I think what she'd like to do is, can I push this 10 yards and then hop on it and then ride it the rest of the way?
Spent some time training at the Olympic Training Center in Lake Placid before moving back to Philadelphia. Nicholas Hecht is across, and now just the sprint downfield for open box athletics. Former CrossFit Supercharged in Philadelphia. And they'll be done in just over 27 minutes. So just ahead of Reignited Wilmington. Their score at 27-25. And Union Square Black, or excuse me, Stay Strong, also going to finish here above Reignited, and did a great job to make up some ground. They beat Move Fast Lift Heavy, who was neck and neck with Open Box. So Winter Rodriguez leading the pack, Soto to the right of screen, ahead of the 2 guys. Carter and Harris, they're both done, just behind Reignited Wilmington's score. And there is Invictus Unconquerable. I have to imagine Allison Weiss has the timing chip on.
That's some wheels, man. I do not look like that at the end of a sled push.
Now here comes Undefeated. This was the team that was in 6th place. So Chase, we talked about it's a big gap, but can you gain ground and put yourself in position? It's going to be a tough sled to push, pun intended, going into event 6 for Undefeated.
You know, chip away at the points when you can and where you can. So a little bit still goes a long way, more than getting behind the rest of the pack.
Breaking Boundaries here had covered some ground. They were in it earlier, fell off here on the last sled push, but they were the 3rd or 4th team back to the 2nd round of burpees.
All right, so Undefeated in this heat, 6th place, 7th in the event. You start looking at the times.
Look at the Jets in lane 7. Excuse me, Kelly Baker in lane 3. Now Rhapsody finished in 12th for the event, 28:57. They were the team that was in 5th place on the cut line. But again, the team that was just behind them was Undefeated. They finished 7th, so Undefeated is actually going to gain some necessary ground here.
Well, I said you don't have to make it all up in one event. It looks like they're going to pick up 20 to 25 points, so they've cut that deficit in half. And now you're talking about the difference between a 1st and 5th finish, or not a 1st and 5th. Here's the thing, that's the cool part. On the individual side, the point spread is greater in the top 10. It's 4 points per place, and then it decreases. So it's much more valuable, yeah, in the individual competition to be in the top 10. In the team, it doesn't matter. It's 5 points top to bottom between 1st and 20th place. So if Undefeated can do exactly what they just did here in this event, whether it's a 2nd and 7th, 1st and 6th, or at 10th versus 16th, they still have a shot.
High drama for the Canadians. Everybody finishes in under a half an hour here in Heat 2. Invictus, though, leads the charge.
Led the charge from start to finish in an event that took a near half hour. And to be so far ahead of everybody, we've seen a lot of different tests over the weekend. Individual strengths, individual abilities with the relay format, mixed pairs, team synchro, worm events. But this being the longest and most team-focused test as far as a weak link test, this was their best finish of the weekend on top of all the great things that they've currently done. Invictus looks so good.
Oh. I mean, Open Box Athletics is a team of really good athletes. 2-minute gap between OBA and Invictus. And then we talked about Undefeated coming in there in 7th place. You do not see Rhapsody on the screen. Rhapsody is in 5th place overall. They finished 12th. Undefeated finished 7th. Opportunity awaits heading into the 6th and final event here in Minnesota. Oh, the Toon squad is here. Getting ready for Phil Toon on the men's side. Before we get to the individuals, Invictus is down with Jamie.
Thank you so much, everyone. All right, in a long aerobic event like this, what was your plan of attack?
Go out hot and stay hot. No, I'm just kidding. No, we knew that we weren't going to win it on the sled, and on the first 50 burpees into the bike, it's really a long run. So we kind of paced the beginning to what we know we were capable of, and then kind of pushed on the back end as much as we could.
You guys looked very comfortable in that run at a fast pace straight into that bike. How much of this do you do in training?
I get pulled a lot by these guys. No, but I mean, we have been practicing a lot of team runs with the rope to try to just get comfortable at an uncomfortable pace.
Josh, we have an interesting choice of headband attire. Can you tell us a little more about this?
Yeah, actually, my one and only client actually writes for Ted Lasso, so I wanted to represent her today.
Wow, how exciting. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
That is awesome. If you're going to have one client, make sure they write for Jason Sudeikis. Did she come up with Be a Goldfish? That's all I want to know. Love it. We'll head on to the individual side of things for the women coming your way next here in Minnesota. The 2022 CrossFit Semifinals are brought to you by Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit. Noble, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Thorne, the official supplement partner of CrossFit. U.S. Army, know your Army. And by Arasti, the official rapid recovery partner of CrossFit.
What does it take? How do I train? What do I eat? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? It all adds up. It's not about what I do. It's about what I don't do. No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows. No bull.
Castings. For simple shapes, a complete solid pattern may be used. A mold box is filled with special molding sand that is rammed home around the pattern. The molten metal, at precisely the right temperature, is poured into the mold. The assemblies are tumbled. Shaping is done with the aid of machinery, and the fine finish is evidence of the craftsmanship that has gone to their design and construction.
The reason I started using Thorne products was because Steph Nikitas, she was very influential in terms of what products we should use and what are the good products out there.
I always want to make sure that I'm sharing trusted companies and products with others, and Thorne definitely fits that.
NSF is a priority for me because I know it's a quality product.
NSF certification is a gold standard for supplements.
You know that what it says on the label is actually in the bottle.
Dear Coach, thank you. Thank you for always being there.
For running a class at 5:30 in the morning so I can get home before my kids wake up.
For making sure I build on my strengths and work on my weaknesses.
For being a compass that guides me toward a better version of myself. For constantly putting the needs of others before your own.
For helping me lose 100 pounds last year.
For helping me realize that asthma can't stop me from achieving my goals.
For reaffirming that life doesn't head downhill after the age of 40.
For making the impossible possible.
For being an amazing coach, friend, and mentor. Thank you. Thank you for always being there.
starting things off for the individuals on the final day of competition here at the 2022 Granite Games, week 3 of the CrossFit semifinals, presented by Trifecta. Jamie Hagia, Chase Ingram, my name is Joel Gadet. The rest of our crew, glad to spend some time with you here on a Sunday afternoon. 4 events, 2 days down. Mal O'Brien is in first, but only an 8-point lead over Dani Spiegel, who knew she was going to have a great day 1, didn't know if she was going to have a great day 2. She had a great day 2. Mal O'Brien leading the charge, though.
Well, what, 3 of the 4 events she's already done, she ended up winning. And as great of a performance she's had, I've really liked the way she's carried herself all weekend. Some little missteps here and there and just breezed right through them. So a lot of times you'll see athletes think that they have to be perfect, and it's not the case. And Mal O'Brien has had a great head on her shoulders all weekend long. And then we have the Endure the Sled. This is the longest event that we'll have as far as an aerobic test with a lot of these monostructural elements. I think it's a great way to start day 3.
Presented to us by Drink02. Our recipe, how do you attack this? Well, that's delivered by Trifecta.
Turn your brain off, let the body go to work. And that's the idea here, is that there's going to be a lot of moments in a long aerobic test like this is that your head is going to get in the way. You're not going to think you're able to do something, but the body is resilient. It does incredible things if you just get the brain out of the way.
To quote Yogi Berra, you can't think and hit. Let's go down to Jamie Hagia.
Thanks, guys. The women will be pushing this 200-pound flip sled. What we're going to be looking for is their hand positioning high or low, also where their body is, if their arms are extended or if they're in close. I also heard that getting a little bit of momentum will help out. Let's give this a go.
Jamie Hagia, you still got it.
Oh, if we could only push it 5 yards.
Emily Rolfe, still a little bit of work to do. She's in 6th place coming into the final day of competition, 15 points back, but she made up a ton of ground yesterday.
Oh, she did. She had a great day yesterday and only 15 points, as you said, out of 5th, but 23 points out of 4th. There's a lot to be had here for these last 2 qualifying positions for the women. And then another athlete who I think will actually fare well is to see, you know, how well have we worked on the longer aerobic tests. And for her is if you put a sled in the mix, Amanda Barnhart shines.
Amanda Barnhart has kind of had a very Cole Sager weekend. Both comp train athletes, they're just kind of flown under the radar. And then they qualify. Had a great couple of days so far. Mal O'Brien, though, 3 event wins. Only event she did not win was the weightlifting barbell complex.
She was talking last night in her interview to close out day number 2 is the 70 cals on the Elko bike is one of the things she's, quote, looking forward to, as I say that in air quotes. And the air bike last year at the games is the one thing that really tripped her up. So I'll see if she's been working on that. And then Dani Spiegel sitting in 2nd, as you said, 8 points out. Mal O'Brien has won 3 of the 4 events, and she's still only 8 points clear of Dani Spiegel. So the biggest test I think she'll have, she thought it was going to be day 2. To me, it's event 5.
Alex Kazan was in 4th place, dropped down to 5th place. She is 15 points safe in a qualifying position.
Which is not very much. If you look at the leaderboard, that's the difference of 4 places when we drop by 4 points. So how is this young athlete going to handle this position coming into the final day of competition?
She was jumped by Chloe Wilson, who is 23 points safe in a qualifying spot, looking to make her CrossFit Games debut at just 24 years of age. We are underway for the longest time domain, a 27-minute cap for these athletes, here to start off our closing day.
Well, last year, one of the grumbles you heard on the social media was that Granite Games didn't have a, quote, long test when it came to getting athletes to the CrossFit Games. This weekend, they have 2 of them. So they're making up for what they didn't have last year. And you start with this. What this is going to do, it's sleds sap the juice out of your legs in a very fast way, but it also elevates the heart rate. So while you do this steady push, being able to breathe, try to stay calm at the beginning part of this event is a huge key to this.
$200-pound sled, 50 yards to midfield, as we talked about with the teams. It's essentially gliding your refrigerator across the floor. That's Shoemaker in the lead right now. She is a heptathlete. She coaches the heptathletes, the multis at Samford. Figure this might be in her wheelhouse.
Dude, I think one of the best athletes to transfer into CrossFit is heptathletes or decathletes coming out of track and field, because you really need all the aspects to be great at CrossFit. And you look at your 10 general physical skills between strength, speed, flexibility, coordination. Those are heptathletes. They have to have all of those things. So it's no surprise to see that athletic background paying dividends here in individual competition.
Now, Ashley Shoemaker is up front. How about this? Vicky Caruso right on her heels, and this lines up with what Marcon Jones told us. Works out at his affiliate, CrossFit Roseland in New Jersey. She's a big, strong athlete, but Marquand said, listen, she's going to catch people by surprise in maybe some longer endurance events.
Well, this is the opportunity that she has set forth in an event that has this amount of work done at this time domain.
Burpees over the line here. Line facing burpees, 30 of them before another sled push. Hands in the air all across the field here.
Well, Danny Spiegel, first one off the line facing burpees with Emily Rolfe, followed by Mal O'Brien, who said Danny's only 8 points back of Mal O'Brien. So as dominant as she's been as far as place finishes, Danny Spiegel has quietly just been right on her heels the entire time. Emily Rolfe in the black and yellow in the middle part just to the right of Danny Spiegel. This is big for her because, look, Rolfe is one of those endurance athletes, and this is the test that should, well, say has potential to get her up into the top 5.
Carissa Stapp is also near the front of the pack out of I Love It in Washington State. But Emily Rolfe is grinding and leading the way.
And she's doing it very steadily. You see some athletes will do short, choppy steps, which if you're trying to move a sled fast, that'll work. But what you want to see is a steady pace, because this is an endurance test. This is not a speed test with the sled. You're pushing a heavily weighted object over the distance of 50 yards. So this consistent pace, just put one foot in front of the other. That's the key to having this steady movement the entire time of the event.
And now onto the 1,000-meter run here for Emily Rolfe. Has qualified to the CrossFit Games out of the Granite Games before. Back in 2019 when this event was a sanctional. Beat out Andrea Nisler and Carrie Beamer that year. Hadn't even done the open. Came here, took a flyer, thought she'd finish top 10, won the whole darn thing.
Yeah, let's give it a shot. What I love about this event, other than everything in it, is the fact that all athletes are also in this. So you can have a much better way to pace yourself off, because Rolfe, look, she takes the turn, she takes a look at where the other athletes are in the field, and that can help pace her through this, because on the run, it's going to be a good part of the event for her, and she can just manage that fatigue, catch her breath, keep her heart rate low, knowing she's going into a very significant number of cals on the Echo bike.
This is 2 laps around the field here. Emily Rolfe, typically a really good endurance athlete, has cut back training that a little bit as she's focused on strength this year. Carissa Stapp clipping right up on her heels.
And that's the game athletes play when they have big holes in their game. If you're an endurance athlete and you lack strength, what's going to happen is you're going to have to sacrifice some of the things that you are great at to really dig yourself out of that hole. And man, what a pass.
Carissa Stapp just hit the gas. And if anybody's going to go out there and hit a home run in an event like this, during COVID, all you could do was hang out outside. Carissa Stapp decided that she was going to hike the Wonderland Trail. It's a 100-mile trail around Mount Rainier in Washington. Said to a friend, let's do this as fast as possible. Quote, most painful thing she's ever done. Took 54 hours. Very unprepared. Packs were too heavy. Had no outside help. That is making this look like child's play. Carissa Stapp just burning away from Emily Rolfe. Now the question, Chase, turns into, can she maintain this pace?
Well, what I noticed for her, and we said this yesterday about trying to break spirits when you can, and one of the examples we gave out is doing runs. If you turn a corner, turn on the jets to try to distance yourself. We were talking about wall ball shots coming off the double unders. What I saw on this pass is she sped up, behind Emily Rolfe and try to pass her with enough speed that would almost try to will her to not chase her down, because she didn't keep the same speed on the pass. All right, so as we make the turn on the backside, she's a nice steady jog coming up, but as soon as she gets a little close, watch her speed up. Right, that speed up at the pass, that's a break spirit type move. I'm gonna pass you at a speed you don't wanna run at in hopes that you won't wanna chase me, because as soon as she made the pass, she settled right back into her normal cadence.
And that's the key. You're not running that sprint the entire way. You're running the sprint to pass, give yourself a buffer, and then go back to that speed you were maintaining. And Stapp now lapping some of the field. This is a 1,000-meter run for these athletes.
And she'll find her lane, as it's a loop for everybody, so you go out and in your lane, so the distance is the same. And this is not even the middle portion of this event, because now we have to get to the bike where we have 70 cals on the Echo bike. So this will be the toughest part of the event for athletes who are trying to pace themselves against each other in the field, because they're going to have no idea where the other athletes are, as opposed to moving a sled on the field and doing the runs around the course.
35 cals on the bike is the exact halfway point for this event. After that, 35 more cals, that gets you your 70, and then you'll do everything in reverse order: the run, the sled push, the burpees, and the sled push.
This will most likely be the longest portion of this event. Even holding a 15 cal per minute pace is not an easy thing to hold on an air bike.
So we're right smack in the middle. Talked about this in the teams. You can see Carissa Stapp use your upper body. Think about the way that you go watch the Tour de France and you watch people bike uphill. You see that upper body wiggle. You see the back and forth movement in the handles. That's what that's supposed to mimic.
It is, but unless your bike is, with your bike's fixed, it doesn't have the same impact. Danny Spiegel, look, props to her. She was back in 5th place coming off of the sled and only dropped out about 3 or 4 spots. So great run for Danny Spiegel.
She's not typically a great endurance athlete. She is a strength-based athlete. Talked to Holden Rethwell from Invictus a couple of weeks ago, and he said we've worked a ton. Number 1 on execution, limiting mental mistakes, but number 2, single modality cardio work for her. She knew where her weaknesses are. She's attacked them. And Chase, I think maybe she's even beaten her own expectations so far this weekend.
Hers and all of ours, when you think about what she has been over the years, and she is proving that so far near the halfway point of this. Almost the exact opposite that we saw for Emily Rolfe. Same issues, or different issues, same execution, working the weaknesses to fill in those holes. Rolfe was second getting to the bike. Not by much, just about 5 seconds or so. And we saw this on the team side, so this is the middle portion of the event, as you said, Joel, and then we're going to work our way back in reverse of what already happened. And when you work your way back, you know, when you get like, okay, how's this run going to feel? What's the distance really going to be like when I'm out here? You've already gone through that. So now you can use that feel. You can use that as a tool to help guide your pace on the backside. So the back half of this is not going to be physically easier, but more mentally easier to manage your paces throughout this.
That 22nd finish was the barbell complex for Emily Rolfe. More quote-unquote traditional CrossFit. She's been top 5. Carissa Stapp still in your lead, though. It's the monitor for Carissa Stapp. Made her games debut on CrossFit I Love It's team last year. Competed complete with Mitchell Stevenson and Carrie Beamer. They came in 10th. Mitchell Stevenson went individual this year. Carissa Stapp going individual this year. There's something so satisfying about all of those bike handles moving in unison.
I mean, it is from this point of view, but from theirs, probably not quite as much. Nothing satisfying about a 70 cal Echo bike in the middle of an event that takes about a half hour.
Ain't that the truth?
See,
27-minute cap, 11 minutes in. Fee Sagafi, smooth tempo here. I will say this about the Echo bike in particular. It is a little bit harder if you are a smaller athlete, and Fee at just 5'2", really trying to work those handles.
And he said it, that steady pace, but that's going to be a slower pace than she needs to stay in close contact with some of the taller athletes in the field, and Stapp and Rolf being one of those. And 50 points out, you can have good aerobic capacity, but you can also not be quite as efficient on the machines. And I think in this event in particular, there's a great blend of a lot of different versions. And Mal O'Brien, oh man, what?
She just took the lead on the bike, and I've said this a handful of times this weekend. I'll say it again. Uh-oh.
I mean, she was near 5th coming into the bike, and we said admittedly it was one of the things that gave her some trouble last year at the games. She's about to extend her lead about 100 yards on Emily Rolfe.
Talked about it earlier. You said it. She told Jamie Hygia yesterday she was looking forward to the bike. You said that was a little bit crazy, but what did Mal O'Brien say leading up to this event? Very Matt Fraser-esque. I enjoy attacking my weaknesses now. I almost crave it. It is that odd sickness, you might say, at the highest levels of this sport that allowed Matt Fraser to win the games 5 times, and it's rubbing off on Mal O'Brien.
Sickness, or even an addiction in the best way possible, is being able to do something in training that manifests itself so positively in competition is an addiction. Like that success, that feeling of what you are doing is working. And when you start having that confidence in all the little things that you've been putting all the work in, start paying off like this, there's a sense of accomplishment immediately. And those are those fixes you'll see your top athletes do, is like, what else can I do to get this same level of improvement in my events? And clearly she has been working on that weakness.
Mal has about a 50-yard lead over Carissa Stapp and Emily Rolfe. Danny Spiegel just getting off the bike. There's something very jarring, though, about having a 1,000-meter run on a football field, which is measured in yards.
Well, you know, like any distances in CrossFit competitions, we like to throw an ish at the end of it. The good thing is they're all running the same distance, whether it's 1,000 yards, meters, or anything in between.
I do like the volunteers on the right side of your screen holding arrows, making sure all the athletes know to run in the right direction. I think I might be looking down and just in my own dark space. Back half of the event here. Sled push, burpees, and sled push still to follow here.
So as Mal's still maintaining her lead on the field, we said there is a tight race between 4th through 7th between Chloe Wilson, Alex Kazan, Emily Rolfe, and Kelly Stone. And Wilson, I think, is sitting in right around 5th place so far in this event, which is exactly what she needs, but she also needs to make sure she clears herself from Alex Kazan and Emily Rolfe, because the point difference is not much, even though she's sitting in 4th.
Mal is a full lap ahead of her, but Sydney Wells is just behind Mallory O'Brien. Arguably one of the best runners in the field, collegiate runner in the Southeastern Conference, looking to make a move here on the final day, trying to get herself into the final heat for the final event. Almost everybody has made it out to their run here. There's still about 7 or 8 athletes working through the bike. The entire field of women competing in this one heat.
And this is what's great for Mal O'Brien, as she's coming into the final 100 yards of that run before she gets back to the sled push. See Alex Kazan, who's sitting 5th overall. She's behind Rolfe by, well, Rolfe is already making her way onto the field, so Kazan might be all the way back in 11th. If that stands, if this order stands between Rolfe getting 2nd and Kazan in 11th, depending on where a couple athletes fall, Kelly Stone being one of them. Kazan's in danger of moving outside the top 5.
Alex is 15 points safe right now. Chloe Wilson is 23 points safe. That sled is 200 pounds. The men will have a 45-pound plate loaded on the side. The flip sled at 200.
Emily Rolfe still marching through that sled so well as she passes Mal O'Brien.
Listen here, young one. This is how it's done. The veteran dogs still have it here.
See, Mal O'Brien in the top part of your screen is starting to slow down a lot in her cadence. If you look at Emily Rolfe, look at the cadence she has. It's not changed. Step, 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 where Mal is a bit slower. But you would want to see that cadence improve there. All right, she picked it up right there. That slow, big steps is not the way you push a heavy sled. It's shorter, choppy, deliberate steps. These big, strong, long steps is not going to get it done. That sled will start to slow, and when that deadens up, I mean, Joe, we pushed it yesterday. The hardest part was getting it going. It was a lot easier to push once you're there. So if you're doing slow, choppy steps, there's going to be that little pause, a little hitch in the movement of that sled, which is going to make it 10 times harder.
Back to the burpees here, and then another sled push to finish it off.
Now, Rolfe's cadence steady on the burpees, but Mal O'Brien is making a push here, and she's going to need to, because Mal should know that her sled pace is not going to be able to match Emily Rolfe. So Mal's doing exactly what she needs to do. She's going to have to get herself a bit of a lead on Rolfe going in this final sled push.
A bit's not the right word, Chase. She's going to have a big lead coming off of these burpees if she keeps this pace up.
And then the question is, need to be asked is, what is this pace going to do to your sled push? Did you push too hard to get too much ground?
This is 30 line-facing burpees. Doesn't need to be a 2-foot takeoff, but you do have to jump over that 40-yard line.
Rolfe had about a 4 or 5 rep lead coming ahead of Mal O'Brien, but Mal's pace, she's almost doubling her up every burpee that she does. So Rolfe has she has a great sled push, but you can't see that much time to Mal O'Brien. You got to make sure you keep it close.
And in the air for Mal O'Brien, she has 4 reps remaining. Emily Rolfe is now way off that pace. Mal O'Brien has made up almost 10 reps here on Emily Rolfe. And it's just another 50-yard sled push for Mal O'Brien.
All right, so Mal had about a 10-yard lead on Emily Rolfe coming off of the run. And if Rolfe finishes his last burpee, she needs to get to that sled quick because she has about another 10 lead, so it's possible.
It was officially an 8-rep gain on the burpees for Mal O'Brien. And Chase, you talked about it on the first sled push. She has those short, choppy steps here, just keeping that sled moving. Emily Rolfe is trying to do the same thing, but it's not moving quite the same way as it is for the 18-year-old.
And I think Mal O'Brien figured out the sled on the second half of the 3rd push, because like we said, she had those slow, choppy, or those slow, long steps. She's had this short, choppy step the rest of the way.
She'll have to finish this sled push, cross the goal line, and then run back down the field. As we close in on the 20-minute mark, 7 minutes left in the event, and now the sled is catching up to Mal O'Brien just inside the red zone.
The sled is the only thing catching her now.
Mal O'Brien is good and off to the races. Just has to run a 1:10 here for what in 5 events will be the 18-year-old's 4th event win at the Granite Games. This is a remarkable performance. And if Tia Toomey turns some heads sweeping the Torian Pro, I don't think if I can think of another individual event this semifinal season more impressive than what that young lady has done. And Emily Rolfe is just caught up here on the sleds. This is her 4th breather.
Well, I think that 3rd sled push for Rolfe, where she tried to make, or she made the pass on O'Brien, just tipped the scales a little bit too far in the red. That being said, she's getting second place, so there's not much more you can say negative about what's going on. This is exactly what she needed to do. She's not chasing Mal O'Brien. Mal's gone. She's in the top 5. Emily on the outside looking in needs to put distance between her and Chloe Wilson, between her and Alex Gazan, to distance herself from Kelly Stone. So this is exactly what Rolf needed to do.
She's 15 points out of qualification, and that might not be a true statement in about 5 minutes. See who cleans up behind her. Carissa Stapp has had a steady appearance in her first individual semifinal, 14th overall coming in. This will be her best finish and her first top 10.
So this is points that Rolf needs. Rolf automatically gets 4 on the next person in. And if it's not Chloe Wilson or Alex Gazan, now it's 8.
Emily Rolf needs to just go start picking people to cheer for here, rooting them on at various points on the field.
Rolf was just 15 points.
This is good. Here comes Amanda Barnhart.
Out of a qualifying spot, so add another 12. So now she's only 3 points out of a qualifying spot. Again, Chloe Wilson and Alex Gazan are the 2 athletes that we're looking at for Emily Rolf to put herself in the top 5 with 1 more event to go.
And you've got all sorts of people in the mix right now. Alex Gazan is about to finish the sled push. She has 2 people in front of her though, but she's 15 yards away. And this is Jordan Sheffs coming across. So that's another person that Rolf has between her and the rest of the field.
And that's 16 points. So,
and here comes Chloe Wilson.
Chloe Wilson, she finishes here. She may be, now she was in 4th.
Fisa Gaffi will be behind Chloe Wilson.
Okay, so this is important now. So Chloe Wilson should be safe when we're looking at the top 5. She may find herself 1 point behind Rolf, but instead of being in 4th, she may be in 5th. And with Fisa Gaffi coming into play, Gazan
is next right here after Fee.
Now this is going to be a tough position for Gazan because she was in 5th place. Chloe Wilson was 8 points clear of her, but with Gazan finishing here, she may be 5 or 6 points on the outside looking in after this event.
Well, we told you Ashley Shoemaker was a track coach. That's how to run, ladies and gentlemen. She'll come across just ahead of the 24-minute mark. Sydney Wells, also a great track athlete. And Danny Spiegel right behind Sydney Wells. Look at the Jets. Spiegel fighting for points. Stanley to her right. Stanley will beat her out, but Danny Spiegel hit the gas. It's a good thing there was a wall there, otherwise she might have Forrest Gumped it.
A padded,
the exit.
A padded wall like that.
Chelsea Nicholas started out with a really good day 1, top 10 finish in the lift. Again, this is a 1-heat event. Everybody is out on the field at the moment. Handful of athletes still working on the burpees before they advance to the final sled push. This is another look at Spiegel.
She had it until she looked over. And that's hard to do. It's hard to be at a certain pace to see someone at full open gate and try to match that speed. So that's actually very impressive to be able to hold off Spiegel at the end.
Danielle Oliveri at the bottom of the screen. Danny Spiegel went full Adam Thielen in stride. Good run for Oliveri to finish bottom screen. And that was Kelly Stone who just came across center screen. Kelly Stone was 16 points out. She is going to be significantly out now heading into the final event.
Well, and she just got out-touched at the very end for another placing finish, unfortunately.
Someone who competed in the last chance qualifier last year. And she was in position for that just before this event started.
When it's all said and done, we may have a order change. It may go, top three is not going to change. I'd be curious to see what the point spread is between Barnhart and Spiegel for third and second. Obviously, Mal is going to extend her lead much more on the rest of the field. So 8-point lead overall for Mal O'Brien. But from 4, 5, and 6, it might be Rolfe, Wilson, and Gazan, and they all might be within 5 points of each other going into the final event.
Time cap is 9 seconds away, so you've got athletes in full sprints to try not to get capped here. And we hit the horn at 27 minutes. Carnage. Oh. Short of the goal line. Mal O'Brien's had enough time to recover to smile like she hasn't done anything.
Looks a little different than the other athletes we saw before. So Mal O'Brien, when she got to the bike, is where she made her first big move on the second half of this event. And on the run, ahead of Rolfe, but Rolfe, this was actually the undoing for Emily Rolfe, because though Mal was struggling towards the later half of that third push, Rolfe, you can see just the pace that she has on those line-facing burpees, and Mal O'Brien just kicked it in the gear. She figured out the sled. On this fourth push, Mal O'Brien figured it out. Rolfe had to take a bunch of breaks at the end. So for Mal O'Brien, sets herself clear and apart of the rest of the field. She had an 8-point lead and then, but Emily Rolfe had to do exactly what she needed. So when the points all come in, we will see Rolfe in the top 5.
And when you do what you need to do in an event, you get to talk to Jamie Hagia.
Thank you so much. Emily, coming into this event, sitting right outside that top 5, how important is it to have this second place finish?
Important. I wanted to win, but it's hard to keep up to 18-year-olds on burpees.
Speaking of that 18-year-old, seeing her and going back and forth with her, how did that affect your strategy and your game plan?
I think I just pushed it too early, like on the first sled, and kind of had nothing at the end, but live and learn.
Thank you so much, Emily. Good luck.
One of the great things about this sport is you just had a 33-year-old and an 18-year-old duke it out. The methodology works. Mal O'Brien wins 20-38. Alex Gazan winds up in 8th place. Not terrible. I don't know if that's going to be the devastating impact that it seemed as it was happening.
Not terrible at all, but you look at Rolfe getting 2nd place. She should pick up about 18 points that she needed, only 15 points out of 5th.
Take a timeout. Official results online at games.crossfit.com. The men are coming up for event 5 here in Minnesota. This is the Granite Games and week 3 of the CrossFit semifinal season, presented by Trifecta. The first appearance of the flip sled FS200. We're gonna add some weight to it here for the guys. Put a 45-pound plate on the side alongside Jamie Hagia, Chase Ingram. My name is Joel Godet. Our standings at this point for the guys: Colton Mertens won a couple of events last year in qualifying out of the Granite Games, and then Chase picked up his first win last night.
Oh, what a great performance for Colton Mertens last night, especially in the final event of the night. But just that 4-point edge on Phil Toon, and this is going to be probably Mertens' biggest test of the weekend. Excelled in the weightlifting event earlier. The thruster one, 36 chest to bar pull-ups, unbroken on both ends, moved the barbell so well. But this long aerobic test will be a good one for Mertens.
Event description presented by Drink O2.
50-yard sled push sandwiched around a bunch of other movements, bar, line-facing burpees, 1,000-meter run, that middle portion of the run, bike, run. See a lot of changes there on the women's side. Probably see some of the same here on the men's.
It was originally a sled drag on the back half. It is a sled push in all instances here. Recipe for success delivered by Trifecta. Don't think.
Don't. Your mind's going to be playing tricks on you. It's such a long event. You have so much time on certain elements of this event that you can get in your own head. Just turn that off. Let the body go to work. It is a resilient part of your body, so just don't get in its way.
Anthony Davis in 6th place through 4 events. I don't want to say it's the biggest surprise of the competition because he's worked for it, but it's a surprise to see him in a spot to potentially qualify.
And this will be the biggest test of the weekend for Anthony Davis. Obviously, we know what he's great at. He can move a barbell with ease, and he displayed that during the complex earlier. But this long test with Travis Mayer sitting in that 4th place position, bonked a little bit yesterday on an event I thought he was going to do well, which was the 2nd longest test to this one. Let's see if he bounces back in the longest one we'll have on the weekend.
That was the wall ball test that gave him a struggle yesterday. Everything starts off with this 50-yard sled push, 245 pounds. That's the equivalent of a giant panda or a dolphin. Dolphin probably glides better.
Travis Mayer out front on the first push.
That's Mayer, center of screen, about to cross the 45-yard line. And Travis Mayer advances onto the 30 line-facing burpees. Sam Quant is right up there as well. And Sam has some work to do here. He's in a last chance online qualifier position now. But can the 2nd fittest man on earth from 2020 get himself into a top 5?
Well, he's only 22 points out.
Talk about Sam Quant. Let's go down to Jamie.
Thanks, guys. Sam Quant has come into this event outside of a qualifying position by only 22 points with a 7th and 4th place finish yesterday, and having an illness to battle through last year. It definitely will be a great start if he can make it into that top 5 after today's events.
Jamie, thank you. Been a much different year for Sam training. He moved back out to the Pacific Northwest, training on his own. Sort of. He actually trains with his brother a lot, who's in the teenage division. Qualified as a 15-year-old last year. 90 seconds in to 30 line-facing burpees.
And we said it's going to be a big test for Mertens in the center part of your screen. Now, he has a faster cadence on the burpees, but he was near the back 5 athletes, almost in the 28th position, getting to the burpees after the first sled push.
Hand is in the air for Colton Mertens.
He's taking a page of the Mal O'Brien playbook. Is like, listen, I'll catch up on the burpees. Don't worry about me. My sled push is fine.
It's what he did yesterday. He was behind on the snatches.
Oh, wow. He just moved 26 places in 30 burpees.
It's exactly what happened on the chest to bar. He went 36 unbroken and went from out of it to immediately in it.
Travis Mayer still in the lead. Now, yesterday we were talking about Mayer having a tough finish during the wall ball event, which is one that he would normally excel at. And so the question we had coming in is, how is he going to handle the 2nd longest one in an event you think he would do well in? And so far, so good for Travis Mayer.
Still leading the pack here on the sled push, 50 yards. After that, it'll be off to the 1,000-meter run. A 27-minute cap in this event. Every team finished. Handful of women came very close. Sam Quant coming up on the left of Mayer. Brent Fikowski top of screen, and Quant takes off on the run.
Last time we saw Quant doing a run like this, he was running against the man to my left here in the booth.
Matt Fraser joins us up here in the booth. 5-time fittest man on earth, now the fittest coach on earth. How you feeling after that last event for Mel?
I mean, great. You know, she went out, she executed really, really well. She just stayed consistent. She didn't get caught up in the race in the very beginning. You know, she kept her cool, wasn't, you know, that first sled push, 30 burpees, 2nd sled push, it's a trap. And then, you know, she paced the run really, really well, setting herself up for success on the back end.
Well, where she made that huge move, and that was a question coming in, she even said it last night, was the Echo bike. The one that gave, the movement that gave her trouble at the games last year. Looks like we've turned that into a strength.
Yeah, you know, that's our goal every day, is keep turning the weaknesses into strengths. And you know, watching Mal, you know, I think she's definitely one of the smaller athletes on the field, and you know, you can just kind of watch from the sidelines the cadence, the handles, and you know, she's a little monster.
Talk about that mentality a little bit, Matt. Just from the standpoint of, one of the things Mal said coming into this was, I now enjoy, I relish, I crave attacking my weaknesses. And that was always one of the things for you, was training not to have a weakness, especially when you're 18. How do you get somebody to buy into, hey, I'm not great at this, I want to do it every day?
You know, at first I think it was just blind trust. You know, it was just, she was nice enough to give me her confidence, and you know, at first you don't see the results. You know, we don't go for the instant gratification every day in the gym of testing everything. It's, you know, chipping away at the weaknesses, doing what's best today to set us up for success down the road, not tomorrow.
Sam Kwan still leading the pace here on the run, 2 trips around this field.
Matt, for this event in particular, we said is for the majority of it, you actually get to see everybody that you're competing with. When, you know, when you were competing, you were so good at knowing, you know, what you needed to do to just stay ahead of everybody. But when you get to that bike, 100 cows on the Echo bike, what are you thinking about as far as like getting a feel for still what the pace you need to do when you can't really tell where everybody else is?
I mean, even when people are still down the line, you can still kind of pick up on their cadence. You don't know the exact wattage, but you have a rough idea of, all right, you know, I'm holding 500, 600, and then you kind of look down, see whose handle's moving faster, slower, and it can give you a good approximation of if you need to pick it up or slow it down. But I think, you know, this whole workout, the whole front half of it is just a trap.
Yeah.
You know, you can finish middle of the pack on the second sled, and then as long as you know, can hoof it on the run, and then hammer that bike and stay consistent on it. You know, the Echo bikes, they click over differently than the Assault bikes, and so it's a lot more consistent, a lot more linear output. So it's just about a consistency game, not making sure not to sprint the front half and then fall apart in the back half.
With the entire field out there, every athlete competing at the same time. We saw it in the women's event. Didn't wind up working because Emily Rolfe wound up beating out Carissa Stapp, but you could see the moment where Carissa Stapp made a huge pass and played the mental game a little bit, blew by Emily Rolfe, and then set back into her cadence and tried to have that little kind of step on the throat moment. How do you play with competitors out there in terms of trying to gain a mental advantage when they're all
I can't be telling you those things. But on a workout like this, it's especially important. You know, it's you know, keep your head on the swivel on the front part a little bit. Make sure that, you know, you're not doing something absurdly different. But then as soon as you have confirmation that, you know, you're running your pace and it's working, then it's just keeping your head down. You can't ask for a miracle day of competition to hop on the bike and think you're going to crank out 100 calories in half the time that you did in training. So it's, you know, practicing what you did for repetition over repetition in training, and just making sure that you stay confident.
Handicap this men's field a little bit for us. You've competed against virtually everybody out there. What's impressed you about the weekend?
You know, I've been so focused on Mal and just making sure what she has. You know, I've glanced at leaderboard a little bit here and there. You know, I've said it for about a year now. You know, just how impressed I've been with Phil Toon. I think he's going to have, you know, a great career in the sport. He's incredibly athletic, strong as all get out, and I think he has the dedication that's needed to continue progressing.
Is there an it that you look for now in a coaching role when you look at other people and go, that guy's got it?
I don't know if you can pinpoint it down to one thing. But you know, their ability to learn, their willingness to change, their willingness to take a step backwards, take 2 steps forward, and then you can't you know, discount just grit. You know, this sport, like this event is the perfect example. When you're doing 100 calories, you're staring at a blank screen for a long time, and you just need grit.
Why won't you go faster, screen? There's Phil Toon. Phenomenal first day. Good second day. Comes in second place overall, chasing Colton Mertens. Talk about what he did well. He dethroned Brent Fikowski on a chipper.
Yeah, wild, right? Who thought we'd see the day?
That was that first place event 3 finish.
Matt, you talked about the difference between assault bike and echo bike. What is the real difference that you've experienced between the two?
So, I mean, there's a couple things. One, you know, the fan is just way, way bigger. So as soon as you let off the throttle on the echo bike, it comes to a stop. You can't ghost ride it. You know, the assault bike, you can kind of play with it. But then on the echo bike, the output is linear. So it doesn't go up exponentially. You know, you've seen it. You know what it's like when you ramp up on the assault bike. You start getting 2-3 calories at a time. But the echo bike, it's just a straight line going up. So there's not as drastic of a benefit to being a huge guy. You know, you see someone like, I remember Tommy Hackenbrook. It's like he's hitting his hip bones on the assault bike, and it caps out at 1,999 watts, and he's clicking over 3 calories at a time. I don't know if that's quite as possible here, or it's at least not sustainable.
You talked about what it's like to sit on a bike while you're watching 100 calories count by. Just saw Sam Quant staring into the distance. What do you do when you're biking 100 calories?
You know, for myself, I hyper-focus in on whatever I think is painful. And then, you know, hyper-focus in, you know, if it's my quads are burning, my lungs are burning, and then once you hyper-focus in, you realize it's not hurting that badly, and then you just keep going. But just try to have a blank stare, or, you know, try to play mental games of breaking it up. You know, as soon as you hit 25 calories, you go, all right, good, I'm halfway to halfway.
Matt, we were talking earlier about an up and back chipper like this, and how the front half, as you said, can be a trap. It can also be a very valuable learning experience of how you want to attack the back half. When you're out there competing, or say you're coaching your athlete, what little things are you trying to figure out on the course on the front half that you're going to use on the back?
I think on an event like this, it's very important to, you know, note your hand position on the sled, realize where your body position is, see how the levers are working, and then as you're pushing the sled on the front half, keeping your head on a swivel and see what other people are doing to see if something's working, not working, and then you can make an adjustment on the back half of, all right, do I want to change if I'm, you know, my arms are collapsed into my chest, my arms are extended, or I'm grabbing on the bottom handle and lifting up on the back skis a little bit. But, you know, you've already experienced the front half, and so now you're hitting it with the deficit, so you need to be cautious.
I think we saw that on Mal's 4th sled push of what she seemed to figure out at the back half of the 3rd one, when she increased her tempo as far as those steps on the back half.
Yeah, I'd be interested. You know, you can see on the field where all the traction has been, and wherever there's the black lines from all the beads sticking through, that's going to make it, you know, 3 times as sticky. The sleds they had up in the warm-up area, there's extra beads on the warm-up turf, and I've played with both. I pushed the sled on the competition field, I pushed the sled on the practice field, and I would say it's probably about 3 times more difficult on the practice field.
Oh, wow.
And so you have to assume it's going to translate over to where everyone's feet have been hitting on the burpees. And then you have to think about the logos as well. You know, the paint provides a different friction. I don't think it's as drastic, but it is something that's there.
Matt DeLugo's jumping up to 2nd place on the bike. Sam Quant is the first man off of it here. Now back to the run, 12 minutes into this 27-minute time-capped event. Matt, I know you got to go game plan and recover with Mal, so we will let you get going, but thanks for stopping by.
Thank you guys so much for having me.
Matt Fraser, the 5-time fittest man on earth, as we work through event 5 here at the Granite Games. I like the specificity of 3 times difference in the traction.
Well, right, those are the things that make the good athletes great, and the great athletes the greatest of all time. Is these are the nuances that you think about. And it's really, I mean, now that you see it displayed on the field, it makes complete sense when it's put that way. And, you know, I like Matt still keeping a couple of cards close to the vest as far as what he's going to unveil and how some of the game planning goes as far as competitor to competitor.
Quant still leads the way. You can see DeLugos in the red shirt behind him. Something in the water out west for those two.
Well, here's the thing, like Quant, I mean, you get 2nd at the CrossFit Games in 2020. You've had such great success early on in his career, and the only hiccups he's had along the way is well outside the realm of fitness for him.
And people forget, he's been to the games a handful of times. It's not like he showed up in 2020 and then last year happened. Like, he has a resume that is well supported, and then obviously had some health issues off the field last season that created some problems for him. upended things this year when he went back out to the Pacific Coast and started training back closer to home in Washington. But certainly he has some expectations to come in here and be the Sam Kwant everybody's known for years. He is in position for the last chance qualifier, trying to work his way up into a games ticket here out of Minnesota.
Well, here's what's important as we look at the leaderboard from qualifying positions and last chance qualifier positions. Kwant is currently in 8th place, 22 points out of a 5th place position. Now, Tim Paulson holds that 5th place position at 3:04. Quant's going to get some time on him, although Paulson's having a pretty decent effort so far, sitting right about 8th in this field. Now, if that stands, if Paulson gets 8th and Kwant gets 1st, those points are gone. Where you're talking about over 30 points. And for DeLugos, you can see on the right side of the screen, what's important for him is that the 8th place person he's chasing is actually Sam Kwant, because that is the last spot for the last chance qualifier. So DeLugos has to keep this pace against Franco, Bunton, Nick Matthew being in that last chance qualifier. So I think DeLugos is probably a little too far out of maybe getting in that 5th place position. But depending on where everybody else falls, who knows? I mean, we saw an 80-point swing in one event in week number 1.
And the guy that just ran by is not out of consideration for making it into the top 5. That was Anthony Davis, who came in just 13 points back. This is not a wheelhouse event for him. But if you can keep yourself in the mix going into the final, all bets are off. DeLugos has now passed Sam Kwant, although he had less distance to run moving toward his lane. So actually, they were closer together than it initially appeared, because DeLugos had the longer run on the front end.
And what's unfortunate for DeLugos is that, you know, we mentioned it last night during the snatch event, is that it's something out of his control as far as fitness level derailed his event number 4 as far as the height of the pull-up bar, limiting his ability to kip. And we're talking about 70 total chest to bar pull-ups. That was a big issue for him. That wasn't an indication of where he was fitness-wise.
Also, look at the way that both of these athletes are pushing the sled. DeLugos has his arms fully extended. Sam Kwant has his shoulders a little bit closer to it. DeLugos had a great push to start with, but now Kwant catching him up.
Well, Kwant in that closer to the chest position, just keeping everything nice and tight and compact. He's going to have a bit more action on the sled when you shorten the levers between where you are and where the sled is. But for Matt, that might be the best position for him to be in when it comes to maybe breathing, because when you get all compact like Kwant is on the side, you're closing down, right, that lung, that ability to expand your lungs in that rib cage. So there's a cost benefit when it comes to positioning. And in the end, if the sled's moving, I'm comfortable and I'm not losing too much ground, then I'm going to stick with what I'm started with.
Kwant, the first one to finish that sled push. Now line facing burpees back at the 40-yard line. 30 of these, and then another 50-yard sled push into the end zone. So Kwant and DeLugos, the only two burpeeing.
DeLugos' pace at the top part of your screen is a bit quicker than Kwant.
Fikowski has now joined them between.
And Fikowski might be faster than both of them.
And look at his efficiency. Look at DeLugos stand all the way up. Brent Fikowski stays real low to the ground.
And this is Brent's MO. Being super efficient, trying to minimize any wasted movement.
Anthony Davis well behind, just pushing the sled, although he's closing the gap on everybody else that's pushing. He'll take a break there. Even Chandler Smith, who maybe is the most muscle-bound athlete in this field, you'd figure this would be in his wheelhouse. Anthony Davis is about to blow by Chandler Smith at the top of screen. So he's got a chance to make up some ground right here.
Davis is about 10th in this heat. Taking one more break right where athletes are doing their burpees. So Davis was on the outside looking in. He was sitting in that 6th place position, just 13 points out of a qualifying spot. And the big move is here in the middle between Fikowski, Kwant, and DeLugos. And Fikowski's pace may put him ahead, or at least right in contention with your top guys.
Hand in the air, one more rep here for Brent Fikowski. Fikowski was the third to the burpees. He is the first to head back to the sled. Actually, he's got some company at the top of the field, Norman Woodring as well. But Fikowski's got gas in his legs. Like Adrian Peterson on this field. He's just pushing the line in front of him.
Well, we said Fikowski is the chipper master. Didn't get any win in this chippers that we had yesterday, but this is technically a pyramid chipper of sorts. So, you know he wanted to get at least one of them before the weekend was over.
Brent Fikowski driving here. Has never won a CrossFit Games. He did tell us coming in, he still believes it's possible. It's one of the drawing factors why he puts himself through this. The external motivation isn't really the driving thing for him, though. Winning and losing doesn't make a season a failure, but he is coming into this trying to catch Justin Medeiros from last year. And Fikowski now, well out in front, just has to make it 110 yards through the end zone at the other side.
I know it'll be okay, but he thought he was done after the sled push. They had to tell him, no, 110 more yards to go.
Norman Woodring, this will be his best event finish of the weekend. He is top of screen as Fikowski comes in. So Brent Fikowski wins in just over 20 minutes. And then Norman Woodring, veteran athlete here at the regionals and semifinals level, going back to 2013 and 14. Now Sam Quant, who needed to make up some ground, looking at a third place finish.
Okay, so Fikowski's third overall at 336. He's going to get some points on Toon and Mertens. But what's great for Quant, he's going to get it 92 points to his total with this finish. DeLugos making a charge, so DeLugos doing what he needs to do.
And DeLugos has to race as well because he's not the only one coming across. Josh Woodall is in the black shirt at the bottom. And DeLugos does beat him in just over 21 minutes.
Okay, so Quant gets third.
Here comes Dylan Hamming.
So that's 3 athletes between him and Paulson. And with Toon and Mayer coming in, that's going to be 5 athletes. So there's 20 points.
Phil Toon is done.
And Paulson, who'll be coming in behind Mayer. So that 20 to 24 point difference, we may see Paulson and Quant nearly separated by 2 points coming into the final.
And now here comes Anthony Davis. This is a good spot for Anthony Davis. He's got Colton Mertens behind him. And Davis, he has some fuel in the tank. A little bit left for that 110-yard sprint.
Listen, I know it's not an event win for Davis, but that is just a huge win for him personally. What a great performance by Anthony Davis.
Well, it keeps him in the mix. For him, it makes the 6th event a massively important event, and it might not have been. Long grinding chipper for one of the biggest athletes in the field. He could have knocked himself out of contention.
He should still keep himself in 6th place overall, but the point difference is going to expand just a little bit. He was only 13 points out of 5th, but with all 5 athletes ahead of him, he'll still stay in 6th overall, but he's going to lose some points.
Absolute sprint in lane 8. Sam DeMeester racing through looking for points, and a dive at the end.
Nick Matthew.
Competing on his home turf. The Minnesotan sleeping in his own bed. He's got a ton of members of his gym here. And now John Wood. And Chandler Smith is going to get beat by John Wood here if he doesn't pay attention to his left. Wood knows it, and he floors it. Wood will pick up a couple of points. And Chandler Smith, who has not had the weekend at all that he was looking for, finishes middle of the pack.
A few athletes are fidgeting up. Back of the napkin math, I said Davis should be a 6. Actually, Davis is going to drop to 7th because Quant's performance is going to push him up. It's going to depend on where the point differential is between Paulson and Quant, but Paulson and Quant will be 5 and 6 or 6 and 5 interchanged and maybe separated by just 2 or 3 points.
This is Kyle Ballman. Time cap coming up at 27 minutes. Leo Franco finishing. Marquand Jones wants to make sure everyone can see him. He'll pop in right of screen in the gigantic orange traffic cone of a shirt. I appreciate that. Man went to Clemson, man. Wear your orange proud. Time cap is still about 3 minutes away. Joe Piero is the only man still doing burpees. Everybody else is either running or finishing their sled pushes. That's Josh Hong on the top. True story, started CrossFit when he went to save a bunch of kittens that were trapped in a sewer.
What?
That sounds like a story you would make up on a date. But he went and saved the cats, and he heard the music from the gym and joined.
I tell you what, if you play the game Two Truths and a Lie, no one will ever be able to guess which one that is.
2 minutes, 10 seconds left. Brent Fikowski is going to hydrate there. Stu Jones.
Crossing over the 25-minute mark. 2 minutes remaining, gentlemen. 2 final minutes to go.
Out of CrossFit Raw Steel in Springfield, Missouri. Anthony Davis. This man is 225 pounds.
Man, it just, I know we've been saying it all weekend long, but, you know, Granite Games, being out here in Eagan, Minnesota, him and his affiliate just 10 minutes away. This is just a hometown feel for him.
Worked out there.
It's been oh, that's right, that's right. It's just been it's been really cool to see
Good job.
his transformation from last year to this year.
There's a comfort. Second time the games have ever been here, and he competed at the Granite Games last year, but he said it's his 4th or 5th Granite Games. You just get a sense when you keep coming back. Joe Piero is the last man. He'll get in under the time cap of 27 minutes, which Chase, you said was really important.
There is an important part of having an extended time cap to make sure everybody's finishes. This is a brutal test. This is just a long beat down for about 27 minutes. And if, say, you had a time cap of 24, 25 minutes, half the field wouldn't finish, which means they didn't put themselves through the same amount of work as the other athletes did, and that's an advantage or disadvantage depending on how you want to look at it. So an extended time cap, making sure everyone has an opportunity to enjoy the suffering of this event, is a reason why you'll see some of these longer time cap events.
Dr. Chipper wins. 6-second victory over Norman Woodring. Sam Quant led the way, though, and he winds up in 3rd.
Quant did such a great job, sitting in 8th place, 22 points out of a qualifying position. And when it comes to the final day of competition, you're going to have to take some chances. You're going to have to bet on yourself and just put the basically destiny in your own hands, and Quant did that. Strong on the first half of this, but when we got to that second set of burpees over the line, Fikowski, having a bit more of a efficient technique, moved ahead of 4 athletes in the span of 3 burpees. And then once he got to the sled, he had such a nice, comfortable lead. Then he was just looking left and right to make sure he stayed ahead of anybody that was trying to chase him. So Brent Fikowski, 3rd time's a charm, finally got his Chipper win of the weekend.
Down to Jamie Hagia.
Brent, this is your first event win of the weekend. You didn't start out in the front in the beginning. How do you keep your composure when you see other athletes in front of you?
I just try to listen to your body and hope that you have enough at the end. I mean, Samuel Quant was holding an amazing pace, and man, this echo's killing me. But you just try to do your best, and I was lucky that my best in that one was just enough to squeak out a W.
And having to repeat these movements on the back end after that 100-calorie echo bike, what did you learn in the front half of that you took into the back half?
I mean, it was really hard. Tried to change my sled push a little bit on the way back, just my technique after kind of peeking at some other guys that seemed to be going faster than me. That was about the only thing.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Brent Fikowski with the event victory. Look and learn, right? Hey, this guy's beating me. I'm going to try to use his technique, beat him on the second half. Brent Fikowski a win in 2011. Phil Toon in second place overall, finishes in 7th. Sam Quanto, that's a big 3rd place finish. Matt DeLugos as well, trying to work his way into the Last Chance Online qualifier. Anthony Davis, officially a 10th place finish. See how close he is as we move to event 6. That is coming your way still from Minnesota and the Granite Games. Tickets on the line to the Noble CrossFit Games. The 2022 CrossFit semifinals are brought to you by Erasti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit. Rogue, don't weaken. Monster Hydro, the official energy drink of the Noble CrossFit Games. Guaranteed Rate, the official mortgage company of the Noble CrossFit Games. And by GoWad, the official mobility partner of the Noble CrossFit Games.
What does it take? How do I train? What do I eat? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? It all adds up. It's not about what I do. It's about what I don't do. No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows. No bull.
It's super important to have a baseline level of where you're at. Being able to have data at your fingertips is just a great way to improve your overall life and health. The at-home Thorne tests are just an amazing tool. You can have some tangible evidence as to here's what's going on in your system. It's looking at the body as a whole and trying to fix different systems that will then contribute to overall health.
What is this course about? Well, this weekend is your level 1. It's the introductory component. The flow and content is going to look like this. We are going to have what's called conceptual framework lectures. We're very big on defining things. So we'll define CrossFit, talk about fitness, give you our stance on nutrition, talk technique, as well as programming. In addition to that, we're going to have what's called 9 foundational movements, and we're going to give them to you in 3 series. We'll have a squat series, a press series, and also a deadlift series. While those lectures are going on, you'll have a demo person up front here on a box showing you all the things we want to see in movement and also some areas that can get yourself into trouble. From there, we're going to break out into small groups onto the main floor here, where you're going to get a chance to be led by one of my ninja/rockstar trainers. It's very hands-on, very practical application. So if you're that that person that came here this weekend looking to have your own personal movement corrected, that's going to be an opportunity for you. But in addition to that, if you're looking to become a trainer or you're currently a trainer looking for some additional cues and corrections for fixing movement, it's going to be appropriate for that as well. One of the coolest things about this program is its infinite scalability. And so whether you are a games athlete or whether you're somebody that is never done a CrossFit workout before, we have no way of knowing that. And so when it comes time for the workouts, if you'll just let us know where you are in the process, hey, I got a nagging shoulder, elbow, or whatever the story is, we will take care of you. And our goal is to make sure that we give you the appropriate stimulus for the workout that we're doing, but also keep you safe in the process. You're gonna have a good time this weekend, gonna learn a lot, gonna laugh a lot.
Kicking things off for us, event number 6 down in lane number 1, Razor Ranch CrossFit. Lane number 2, Ocean State CrossFit Blue. Lane number 3, CrossFit Lakeville. Lane number 4, CrossFit Union Square Black. Lane number 5, Lone Star CrossFit Red. 1 minute athletes, 1 minute. Lane number 6, CrossFit 80-35. Lane number 7, Vernon CrossFit. Lane number 8, CrossFit Hype. Rounding out the heat in lane number 9, CrossFit Gambit. "30 seconds, athletes, 30 seconds. "10 seconds. Stand by. All right, here we go. Event number 6, Granite Games closing down for your teams. Final event. Thrusters and legless. Our ladies are up first. 40 thrusters, 6 legless rope climbs. 30 thrusters, 4 legless rope climbs. 20 and 2 before sending the gentlemen on the floor. 95 pounds on that rogue barbell. Our athletes can switch on and off the field as they see fit. Standardized event through all of our semifinals with thrusters and legless. A great event to finish up here this weekend. If you're taking a look at the floor, you'll see your athletes marching down every 10 reps. "40, 30, 20 on the thrusters, 6, 4, and 2 with the legless rope climbs. Gotta get through this big old round of 40 thrusters. And our ladies will be off and swinging up those ropes, legless rope climbs. A 20-minute time-capped event for event number 6. Your leading ladies. Back to the rope climbs for their first climbs. Lane 1 and 7, Razor and Vernon. Followed by lane number 5, Lone Star CrossFit Red. Your 1, 2, and 3, now 80-35. 6 legless rope climbs. Gambit switching out down in lane number 9. Union Square Black off of their first round of thrusters. Who's gonna be first off of that round of 6? And back out to that rogue barbell. That second platform, we're gonna be looking for 30 thrusters. Out in lane number 5, Lone Star CrossFit Red, followed by Vernon CrossFit. Lone Star, center of your competition floor, yellow shirt. Vernon, pink top. And now 80-35, your 1, 2, and 3 off and working. Lane number 1, Razor Ranch CrossFit. And lane 2, Ocean State CrossFit Blue. Coming up on the 4-minute mark. Once again, a 40, 30, 20 rep scheme for the thrusters. 6, 4, and 2 for the legless rope climbs. And then we'll send the men on the floor. Same exact event, just a heavier barbell at 135 pounds. Lone Star in lane number 5. First back to the barbell. We'll see if they can hang on to the lead early here at the 4.5-minute mark. Pairing up our divisions, female, female, then male, male. One rep to go for Verdant CrossFit in lane number 7. First team back for round number 2, legless rope climbs. Descending in reps each round, only looking for 4 reps. Here in round number 2, Lone Star CrossFit Red just about a rep behind. 1 down and 3 to go. Make it 2 to go now for Verdant down in lane number 7. Crossing over the 5-minute mark. Your leading lady teams deep into round number 2, trying to close out that round of 4 legless rope climbs and that final round of 20 thrusters. Rushing out to their platforms, Verdant CrossFit staying out in front. Final round of 20 thrusters, 95 pounds on that Rogue barbell. Lone Star, about a 2-rep deficit from Verdant. Here comes 80-35. Only 20 reps in that 3rd round on the thrusters. It's gonna go quick. Watch for those judges' hands to go up, and then we'll be back to the rig for 2 final legless rope climbs. Verdant dialed in on those thrusters. Can they hang on to the lead? Ocean State Blue putting on the pressure down in lane number 2 as well. And now hands up at the same time for Lone Star and Verdant. Gonna come down to the rope climbs for the ladies. Verdant CrossFit running now. Back to that massive Rogue rig here for Granite Games. 2 legless rope climbs in that final round, and then your ladies will make their way all the way down the floor to send the gentlemen out. 1 down and 1 to go for Verdant. And that'll do it for Verdant CrossFit. They gotta get across the line, and that'll release the men as Lone Star CrossFit Red will be running to that red stop as well. Gentlemen on the floor, coming out midway to that 135-pound Rogue barbell. 1 rep advantage is Verdant, as 80-35 sending their ladies to the stop mat. Staying your 1, 2, and 3, Verdant, Lone Star CrossFit Red, and CrossFit 80-35. Trying to extend that lead. They can switch on and off as they see fit throughout our entire event. 8 minutes in, 12 minutes remaining. Ocean State CrossFit Blue tagging the men onto the floor. 135-pound thrusters, first round of 40 reps. CrossFit Hype and CrossFit Gambit sending the ladies running. And gentlemen, shot out of a cannon, heading out to their barbell. 9 minutes in. Meatiest portion of this event right here, 40 thrusters. As Verdant CrossFit tries to stay out in front down in lane number 7. That'll do it, 40 thrusters in, 6 legless rope climbs to go for round number 1. 40 and 6, 30 and 4, 20 and 2. That's the rep scheme. Thrusters and legless rope climb. Lone Star CrossFit Red and 80-35. Running back for some legless rope climbs as Razor Ranch will finish up sending their ladies running. Five down and 1 to go, round number 1 for Verdant CrossFit, lane number 7. Your leaders heading out to platform number 2, 30 thrusters and 4 legless rope climbs. Union Square Black running down the field, trying to get their gentlemen back into that leading lap as 80-35 and Lone Star CrossFit Red right behind Verdant. Only looking for 30 reps here in round number 2. And 4 legless rope climbs. Verdant, about a 5-rep advantage. Trying to stay out in front. 11 minutes in, 9 minutes to go, teams. 9 minutes to go. Final event here for the weekend for your elite teams. Battling it out all weekend long here at the 2022 Granite Games. 1 rep to go for Verdant CrossFit. In round number 2, they're gonna head back, looking for 4 legless rope climbs from your leaders in lane number 7. Lone Star CrossFit Red and 80-35 battling it out now on their second platform. Ocean State CrossFit Blue right there with them down in lane number 2, yellow shirts. 12 minutes in, fellas. 8 final minutes to go. See if we can get all of our heat teams across that line underneath that 20-minute time cap. But looky here, Verdant CrossFit heading out for their final round. Final platform, 20 thrusters with that 135-pound Rogue barbell. 3 reps make it 4 reps in. 5 reps for Verdant. We'll see how long he hangs onto that bar with only 2 legless rope climbs in this 3rd and final round for the gentlemen. Verdant, your only team on that final platform. And they'll tag out. 13 minutes in. Your top teams in your elite division battling it out here on day number 3 at the Granite Games. 2 reps to go for Verdant CrossFit. Make some noise. They'll head back to the rig. 2 legless rope climbs to go for heat number 1 here. as 80-35, and now rolling forward is Lone Star CrossFit Red. 1 down and 1 to go for your leaders all the way in lane number 7. And that'll do it for Verdant CrossFit. Thrusters and legless, event number 6, 2022 Granite Games complete for Verdant CrossFit. Right around 13:57. We've seen everything here this weekend. We've seen some heavy lifting, long events, short events, endurance events, sled pushing, calorie bike riding, thruster having, rope climbing, worm pressing. Lane number 6, CrossFit 80-35. At number 2 position here in heat number 2, followed by Lone Star CrossFit Red. They got some company down in lane number 2. Ocean State will run across. 15 minutes in, gentlemen. 5 minutes remaining. I think I heard them say they need to hear you a little bit louder. Come on, let's root them on. Gambit switching out. CrossFit Hype. Moving fast on those thrusters. Check out CrossFit Gambit. 5 reps to go. Will he stay on the bar? 2 reps to go for Gambit. Final rep done, and just 2 legless rope climbs to go. Four reps to go for CrossFit Hype. One legless rope climb down, and 1 to go for your next teams down in lane number 9, CrossFit Gambit. The ladies waiting over here on the platform. A quick sprint down the field with 1 more heat to go. Make some noise for CrossFit Gambit. And let's get hyped for CrossFit Hype. Lane number 8 as Razor Ranch running it out. Advantage going to CrossFit Hype as Razor Ranch right behind him. Lanes 3 and 4 trying to finish up as Union Square Black will come in underneath that 20-minute time cap. So we cross over the 17-minute mark. One final team out here working hard. Down in lane number 3, 2 legless rope climbs to go for CrossFit Lakeville. Big cheering section for CrossFit Lakeville. 1 down and 1 to go. Come on, they've had a great weekend. Don't stop on them now. Final rope climb. And that'll do it for CrossFit Lakeville. And all your teams here in heat number 1. Just a few feet to go. CrossFit Lakeville. That'll do it for heat number 1. Do me a favor and don't go anywhere. Your top teams, heat number 2. Coming right out here in just a few moments. Final event for your elite teams.
Time to send some people to the CrossFit Games. Final event on the team's side. The 2022 Granite Games presented by Trifecta. Week 3 of the CrossFit semifinals season. Here in Eagan, Minnesota. Jamie Hagia is down on the field. He is Chase Ingram. My name is Joel Godet. 5 events in the books. This is where we stand. And it has gotten interesting. There was a 50-point gap between 5 and 6 coming into the day. That's down to 15.
Well, now it's just a 30-point gap between 7th and 5th. So you have 3 teams all in the mix coming down to the wire for event number 6.
And it's a different team in 6th. Undefeated was in 6th. Stay Strong worked their way up here into the event description. Presented by Thorne. Thrusters and legless.
Fast-paced event, a retooling of event we saw in a team competition in the 2014 regionals. We split this up between 2 pairs. The women will go first and then the men. They've had a long time to practice this event, so look for some flawless execution today.
Recipe for success, as always, is delivered by our friends at Trifecta. Stick to the plan.
Like I said, it's almost been a month that this event has been released. Stick to your plan, and the little details matter. You're coming down from the rope. Don't flip it around. Make sure you give your teammates opportunities to move well through this event.
For more on the event, let's go down to Jamie Hagia.
Thanks, guys. We're going to see these teams climb this rope legless. So there's a couple different ways you want to get a big jump up. Keep that rope close to your chest. When you get tired, use that big kipping swing. The other big secret, chalk, so make sure you don't fall off.
Thanks a lot, Jamie. That is a typical CrossFit thing. All the chalk in the world. She's not even climbing a rope.
Look, when in doubt, more chalk. That's always the answer when it comes to struggle busting on legless rope climbs.
Invictus is in first place in 5th. OBA and Move Fast lift heavy to their left and right. But the battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th, Rhapsody right now has that last qualifying spot.
They are the gatekeepers. They're in lane number 3. Next to them is Undefeated, who's just 30 points out. If you look at the point scoring system, that's only a difference between 7 spots on the leaderboard. Stay Strong Black has done a great job of being consistent all weekend long, just 15 points out of that 5th and final spot.
Underway on this final event. It starts with the female pair, 40 thrusters at 95 pounds. Undefeated CrossFit, also in the hunt.
30 points out. And again, with the scoring system, 5 points per place on the leaderboard. And the event is so fast-paced. I know it's about a 15-minute event, but there's not a lot of wiggle room between teams. We saw in the previous heat, we had 3 teams all within 10 seconds of each other, and that was in heat number 1. We're going to see something very similar here in heat number 2.
Now you're seeing some teams switch out here. Don't read too much into that as far as who is in the lead, because these female pairs are allowed to share the work as they see fit. You just have to run and stand behind when your partner comes to work.
Split it up any way you want, and that's what I love about the programming here, is that it isn't designated, oh, everybody has to do 10 or 5 or any number like that. Is you can pick and choose what you want. In fact, one athlete can go out there and knock out all 40 thrusters unbroken, and then the other do all the legless rope climbs. So this is a great team-style event where teams can pick and choose their strengths and weaknesses to highlight.
Would you advise that?
No, I mean, well, if you can do it, maybe, but no, probably not. A good split here, when you look at this, is you want to make sure that you're looking at the bar speed. Can you do 15 reps unbroken? Maybe. Should you do 15 reps is a different story. You want to look at the bar speed. These teams have had a long time to practice this event, so they should have everything dialed in as far as their plan. And that's what we said for the recipe for success, is stick to that plan and try to execute as flawlessly as you can.
Kelsey Keel is onto the rope climbs for Open Box Athletics CrossFit OBA. 2nd place team coming in, and 20 points out of 1st place chasing Invictus. Now to Ashley Wozni, former Team Games athlete.
And still within very good striking distance of that 1st place team, Invictus, who's in lane number 5, as OBA is on the right in lane number 6. 20 points, that's 1st and 5th. That's it. That's the only difference between the teams, and a lot can happen when you throw in some legless rope climbs, because if someone tips the scale too far in the wrong direction as far as grip fatigue, that can derail the entire plan.
Wozni continues to work here. 1st place team in this event, Open Box Athletics. And again, changes out for Kelsey Keel. This Philadelphia team that came together over the course of the season. It was Keel that recruited Wozni to come down from Boston. They're a team of 4 individuals that has really created a bond. And you can see that Alessandra Pacelli kip at the very end as Wozni started to wane on those last couple of reps, or last couple of stride lengths up the rope.
Yeah, the Pacelli. You don't even have to say Alessandra or the kip. Just call it the Pacelli. She made that very famous for herself in her rookie year at the games in the 2013 legless event.
It's like an eponymous gymnastics move. Battle for the games right now. Lanes 2 and 3 on the left, lane 8 on the right. That's undefeated on the right. Rhapsody and Stay Strong are the two teams on the left. Rhapsody in the tie-dye shirts.
So Undefeated, who's in lane number 2, behind the team they're chasing down, which is Rhapsody on the right. Moving to the round of 30 thrusters. They'll go back to the rope for 4 legless rope climbs.
Then 20 thrusters, then 2 rope climbs, and then the male pairs will do it all over again.
And in this middle round of 30 and 4, this is really your last opportunity to distance yourself from the field or run someone down. By the time we get to the 20 and 2, there's just not enough reps, especially if the teams are, say, splitting things up into 10, 10, 1 and 1 between the thrusters and the rope climb. So this 30 and 4 is so valuable to keep pushing the pace to try to get yourself in a good lead position coming into the final set of 20 and 10.
And back to the rope for OBA. Kelsey Keel rises first. Real tight climbs for Kelsey Keel, not extending those arms.
That's good. You want to keep the arms close to your body on a legless rope climb. It's almost the opposite of actually traditional. Say people associate legless rope climbs with, oh, this is how you should rock climb. And rock climbing is much different. You actually want to extend your arms in a position when you do that. Legless, keep the elbows in tight. You're in a much stronger position with the elbows in close to your rib cage. Sometimes you'll see athletes reach up too far, and as you extend away from your midline, you actually have a weaker pull than you would closer to it.
You can see that big arm shake out for Keel before she went to re-chalk. Wozni. It's those last couple of arm lengths on the legless rope climbs. Back to the thrusters. 20 thrusters on this next round. CrossFit Reykjavik with the time to beat. 10:45 for Annie Thorisdottir, Lauren Fisher, Tola Morikeno, and Con Porter. That was at the Lowlands Syndicate Crown with Mayhem Freedom, Rich Froning's team. Time to beat here is 13:55 from Verdant CrossFit in the opening heat.
Top 2 teams still OBA and Invictus. If OBA wants to try to get the win here on the weekend, they're going to need these other 2 teams next to them to try to get ahead in Invictus at the very end of this. Now, it's not over here. This is just the women's pair. The men will be coming up next.
Move fast, lift heavy is doing work with Rhapsody as well. Christian Mathis staving off any challenge at this point.
What's good for Rhapsody is in lane 3 on the thrusters as Undefeated just gets to the barbell. You see on the right side of your screen in lane 8, that was Stay Strong CrossFit. They were 15 points out of that 6th or that 5th and final spot, sitting in 6th place. So Rhapsody is doing everything they need to do to stay ahead of those teams chasing them.
Kelsey Keel with one more rope climb on the pass off to Wozni. And then the male pair will compete. Females have to run down to the finish mat. Wozni taps, Kelsey Keel gets ready to run, and the 2 of them take off. That will release Nicholas Hecht and Joey Tortora.
Right on their heels is CrossFit Invictus.
Devin Kim flying, Brittany Weiss behind her. So Invictus trying to stave off a first place challenge. And now here comes OBA on the right, Invictus on the left. Making it to the men's bars in the round of 40 in an immediate no rep
for both teams.
135-pound men's bar. This is Stay Strong. Did so much work, Stay Strong, to get back into this. They were not in the final heat yesterday. They came in as the 5 seed, and Rhapsody's women are done. So Rodriguez and Mathis sprinting to the finish line, getting the job done here. Stay Strong came in as the 5 seed, fell out of the final heat. Really had to work to get back and put themselves in position, and were in a great position. But listen, when you're in the driver's seat, Rhapsody is in control.
Well, for Stay Strong, as you said, they fell out of the top 5. They haven't had a bad finish really all weekend. The thing is, they just haven't had that home run finish that you need to get yourself in the top 5. No place outside 11. They were 10th, 11th, and then 3 top 10 finishes in a row. They 3rd place finish in the last event that got them within striking distance of Rhapsody, but Rhapsody is just doing everything that they need to do to maintain that 5th and final spot.
Jordan London working for Rhapsody in the tie-dye shirt. The women just finished for undefeated CrossFit, so here's the Canadian team.
On your 30 points out, you're well behind what Rhapsody is doing at the moment. 50 seconds back of Rhapsody, so not only did they need to beat them, but they needed to beat them by at least 6 more places. So that's not going to be enough for undefeated unless they put on a little miracle race here at the end for the men. Stay Strong, being the closer team, still has an opportunity, but Rhapsody is just not giving in, and that's what you want to see for a team right on the bubble. A lot of times you'll say is like, well, I hope they don't mess it up or give it up or lose it, or you just go out there and dominate like you need to do to maintain the position you're currently in.
Tyler Watkins switched back out to Jordan London. Rhapsody made their rookie appearance at the games last year, finished 37th. It was their first in-person competition as a team, because the team really came together last year, and they'll head back to the rope climbs when everyone moved to South Carolina. And it wasn't to become a team, it was people that moved to the gym and, oh, hey, look, we got a lot of fitness here. So they put a team together and didn't compete in person until the games, so building a foundation. Meanwhile, Stay Strong talked about the work they did to get back into this. This is still their first round of thrusters, and the team they're chasing is on the rope climbs.
So your 2 teams on the outside looking in on your right and left with Stay Strong and Undefeated. Rhapsody, who in event 5 actually had their worst finish of the weekend. Not that bad, but 11th, and that's what opened the door back up. Coming in, honestly, we're having a conversation of the teams can chill. You had a 50-point cushion coming into the start of the day. You'd really have to do something disastrous to open the door back up. However, here we are coming into this event. Stay Strong closed the gap by 35 points. But as I said, that event, and event number 5, was so brutal that it can take its toll. There's a compounding effect over the course of the weekend of 5 events, and especially what went on earlier this morning is that maybe Stay Strong just emptied the tank just to get into this position. They may not have enough left here at the end.
John Finn is the one climbing rope. Cousins with Rich Froning, who has been on a 24-hour race. He had no service, so he checked his phone, he saw the positioning, he sent him a text and said, let's go, boys. Moving time here in the final event, but Rhapsody on the left of your screen in the blue tie-dyed shirts. They are in 5th right now, and they are the team that is holding that final games ticket. There's your overall leaders. OBA is in 2nd place in the overall standings. They are leading the event. That's Jorge Fernandez for Invictus. They are in 1st place overall, in 2nd place in the event.
Well, Invictus has had such a dominant weekend. No place outside the top 3. 3 of those finishes being 1st place. Yet OBA, still going toe-to-toe with Invictus, are not backing off. Only 20 points back after the course of the weekend. They have no finish lower than 4th place. So you might see 2 teams here at the Granite Games that may have a decent showing in Madison come October or August.
I do take issue with Al Chama changing out of the Ted Lasso headband. Here's Move Fast, Live Heavy. Will Harris working through the thrusters here. It's the final round of 20. Back to the 2 more legless rope climbs. This is the Move Fast, Lift Heavy team that was disqualified out of the Granite Games last year after a positive test. 2 brand new women. But Christian Harris and Will Carter, 2 guys that were on that team and had that games ticket taken away.
And Harris with that basic touch and go legless. That's why Carter absolutely sent it on the final thruster so that they can have a faster finish.
Harris with both rope climbs. And it looks like Move Fast, Lift Heavy comes from behind to win event number 6 here at the Granite Games and punch their ticket to the CrossFit Games.
It's got to be a good feeling.
Now Invictus, Alchama and Fernandez, they not only punch their ticket, they unofficially win the Granite Games. Two of the 5 teams have been decided here from Minnesota. Now here comes Greater Heights Ascend. They are also one of the teams that is on the inside 5. Jordan, you gotta beat him. Greater Heights Ascend.
Jordan looking around is like, bro, I don't got a sprint. Why are you trying to make me run so fast?
There's no one else around. Now Open Box Athletics, they finish. And OBA punches its ticket to the CrossFit Games. And now the final 2 legless rope climbs for Rhapsody. They had opened the door coming into this final 6th event.
Oh.
In a no rep. The door has cracked a little bit back open. Their 50-point clearance to make it into the games was dropped down to just 15. And there are 2 teams that are going to finish ahead of them here, but neither one of them is the one chasing them.
You better get to that final. Oh, that got it close.
So Rhapsody is done. And with Undefeated and Stay Strong still out on the competition field, Rhapsody keeps the stiff arm. And for the 2nd consecutive year, Rhapsody appears to be going back to Madison. And Undefeated, just a little bit short of that. Jevning and Deschamps will cross what is a phenomenal weekend for that team, but too little too late. Still have 5 minutes before the cap. And Stay Strong just finished up their last 20 thrusters. They'll head back for 2 more legless rope climbs, then that will end their event.
So they're out of contention for the top 5, but at least try to maintain your spot on the leaderboard. It's going to be close because now we're approaching those times for the heat, the previous heat.
Only 2 teams out there right now are Stay Strong and Reignited. Three and a half minutes remain before the cap. There's the tap for Stay Strong, but Reignited took off before them. So Fitzpatrick and Robinson, the North Carolinians, will cross, and then Stay Strong finishes last in the heat, and they cross in 15:44. But Move Fast, Lift Heavy wins the event. But those guys, they got their job done.
And you know they want another crack at the games after the finishing place that they had last year. Now you got 2 massive in-person competitions under their belt. We'll see how it transfers later in the year.
And their gym owner was in Les Mis. Who doesn't love that? Move Fast, Lift Heavy. 12:45 is the winning time. But this was the cut line, and it was won by the team in blue, Rhapsody.
Made it a little interesting at the very beginning, but once they handed it off to the men did their job as far as staying ahead of the teams that they need to stay ahead from. And just look at the effort putting forth. To me, that looks like he went for 20 in a row. Absolutely maxed himself out to try to get that last thruster so he can hand it off to Christian Harris, who just did those 2 tap and goes on the legless rope climb. But Rhapsody, welcome back to Madison.
Event results, Rhapsody finishes in 8th. That was enough. Invictus finishes in 2nd. They're your overall winners here at the Granite Games, with Move Fast, Lift Heavy capping off their games punching ticket weekend with an event win. Although we've got some questions here with the head staff and Undefeated.
Well, whatever the question may be,
made him run all the way back to me and then back to the rope.
Won't make a difference.
But in every other round, we were allowed to do that.
It's always unofficial.
We'll say this, they would have had to win the event and then beat Rhapsody by 6 places. And whatever maybe no rep call they're putting into question, I don't think would offset 2 minutes difference on the finishing time.
And then I was under the pull-up bar, and we started climbing, halfway up.
There's always the official appeals and review process.
22. Okay, 12.
Although the issue, I think you could clearly hear from Ryan Jevening, was on the last round. He said the 20-2, which was late into the game.
We all made.
Move fast, lift heavy, though. Job done after they thought they were going to the CrossFit Games, at least Will Carter and Christian Harris last year. Put a new team together this season, and job accomplished once again.
I mean, you put in all the work, and not just like you say all year long. These athletes have been putting in the work for years to get to the CrossFit Games, and to have that last year taken away from you after everything you went through. You competed all weekend long. You did all these sacrifices to get here and to get to the games, and to have that stripped away from you because of a decision that one of your teammates decided to make. To be able to rebound from that, retool the team, and give yourself another opportunity, it's got to feel good. Doesn't matter what place you get in. If you're in the top 5, you're going to the games. There's no bonus points, really, for winning going into Madison.
There's more cash.
Well, yeah, there's more cash, but you know, a lot of these athletes, it's the trip to the games, it's the lore of the CrossFit Games that they're trying to seek.
So what are you guys doing tonight?
What are you guys doing tonight? Are we eating pizza? It's the relief of the competition being over.
Tortora looking for the camera.
Well
You
done,
found
sir.
it, buddy.
That's a pro wrestling move
I'll
right there.
wave to you too.
Find the hard cam.
Oh, yeah, that's it. They're trying to do the gritty. That's what we were talking about last night. Oh, it's great. That wasn't it, but good.
It was close.
A for effort.
It was close.
A for effort.
Always dancing, always having a good time at OBA. That's the fun of being on a team. A lot of effort, a lot of work goes into it.
Well, you get to share it with somebody immediately. A lot of the individuals, obviously, they share it with their coaches, their family, their friends, the training partners. It's a big part of it. But something special about a team is suffering together as a team. And these are bonds you're going to see a lot of these people create that can be lifelong friendships for these people.
10 years, baby.
There's something to be said of suffering together that creates a lasting relationship with people.
Did you just hear what Joey said too? He said 10 years, baby. Started CrossFit in 2013. 5 times a regionals athlete, 2 times with the games, and he's going back. Let's go down onto the field for the announcements of who is going to the CrossFit Games.
And just figure it out once you get there. I love seeing the behind the scenes. Look at our equipment teams out here. Just working hard, getting our final event set up for your individuals.
Well, let's take it back from down on the field here. This was the Rhapsody victory here, but then keep your eye on lane 2, and this was the discrepancy for undefeated.
So the second teammate is at the rope as their other teammates finishing the thrusters. Well, the teammate has to wait. Okay. Well, to put everybody's mind at ease, that didn't take away 90 seconds on the event for them. So if that's what we're discussing at the moment, I think it's a waste of everybody's time at the moment.
In an effort to get it right, though.
Well, you want to get it right. Take the time to get it right. However, from what that was shown, not the difference maker they're making it out to be.
Honestly, I'm being sincere when I say this.
5 teams with their tickets being punched, though, to head to Madison in the CrossFit Games. You know, I think the clear, obvious favorite, this is not a groundbreaking statement, is that Mayhem Freedom would be the favorite to go win the games. Mayhem Independence, I think, made a pretty loud statement. CrossFit Reykjavik, for obvious reasons, they swept at the Lowlands Throwdown, will be in the mix and have a lot of expectations and hype around them. Where do you feel like maybe Invictus or OBA, Move Fast, Lift Heavy, teams that really threw down the gauntlet here this weekend, fit into that bigger picture?
Oh, that's hard to tell. The games is such a different beast when it comes to it. The amount of the tests that they have there, I mean, all the outside of the box tests, the swimming, the odd objects, how they handle a longer weekend and more
folks,
events.
Here we go.
Let's go down to
The
Larry.
results are in. If we haven't get all of our athletes and teams onto their starting or their ending mats, please. All right, folks, we're going to go from first down to 5th. In first place with 580 points, CrossFit Invictus. In second place with 550 points, CrossFit OBA. In third place with 525 points, CrossFit Move Fast Lift E. In fourth place with 475 points, CrossFit Greater Heights Ascend. All right, folks, only one spot left. Our 5th and final team going to the CrossFit Games.
Ain't us.
Rhapsody CrossFit. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up. Big round of applause for all of your teams competing all weekend long. What a battle. Incredible competition right here at Granite Games 2022. Hats off to your top 5 teams going to the CrossFit Games. CrossFit Invictus, CrossFit OBA, CrossFit Move Fast, Lift Heavy, CrossFit Granite, and Semifinal. Rhapsody CrossFit.
Did we just get a worm from Ashley Wozni? Ashley Wozni just did the worm. We got to follow OBA's dance moves. Let's go down to Jamie with Rhapsody.
I am with Team Rhapsody, and obviously there's a lot of emotion. Can you tell me what you are feeling?
Last year, because we were virtual, yes, it was very real, but it wasn't the same. And then the performance that we had wasn't the performance we wanted at the game, so it was like, oh, if we can do it twice, maybe we actually deserve to be here. And we did it twice.
Going to the games last year and then going back again, what did that take? How much effort and how much practice and training went into that?
I think we took it for granted and we should have trained a lot harder, to be honest. It's really hard because we all have full-time jobs, and making our schedules work was kind of like the hardest part of training. And then training on top of that, we just like didn't have the energy that we should have. So this year, I know we're not going to take it for granted. We're going to put in the work, and we're going to show up.
Coming off a tough weekend of 6 different tests, what was the highlight for you this weekend?
For me, it was handstand walking. Couldn't handstand walk back in January and pulled out 60 feet at the event 1, so it was awesome. What about this guy?
That's amazing. And what is it that makes this team so special?
I think that this year we are the new guys, so I think it took a lot for us just to come together, and communication was a big thing in training, and it paid off right here.
Congratulations. Thank you, guys.
A Rhapsody team headed back to the CrossFit Games. Well, we're in an NFL facility, so Chase Ingram, there were 5 teams in qualifying position coming into that event. They are who we thought they were. They all move on to Madison.
Great performance top to bottom. Invictus absolutely crushed this weekend. OBA made a great statement as what we may see in Madison. Happy for Lift Heavy, getting a little redemption from last year. And listen, Greater Heights getting together, Rhapsody making it back again.
Different kind of worm in a team competition. Games, 5 tickets for the teams. They're out. Now we got the individuals coming up next. The 2022 CrossFit Semifinals are brought to you by Trifecta. Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit. No Bull, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. O2, the official recovery drink of the No Bull CrossFit Games. And by the U.S. Army. Know your Army.
What does it take? How do I train? What do I eat? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? It all adds up. It's not about what I do. It's about what I don't do. No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows. No bull.
We're helping our members not only with their fitness 1 hour of the day, we want them to improve 24 hours a day, every day of the year. We're helping with nutrition, we're helping with their sleep, their recovery.
I take Thorne every day as a multivitamin, pre-workout, and then before I go to bed. After using Thorne products, I feel a lot more powerful in my workouts, and then I can also focus better not only in the gym, but outside of the gym as well.
Entertaining all the player hating imitators who imitate us and you like but they can't debate us. Why even losing? You can see that I'm a winner, baby. Y'all just don't know the places I go. I've got my flow, my gut, my soul, my whole inside's alive with that glow. Y'all just don't know the places I go. I've got my flow, my gut, my soul, my whole inside's alive with that glow. Y'all just don't know.
Hi everybody and welcome. We're going to first begin by talking about the definition of CrossFit.
All right guys, go ahead and sit back and down.
fight for that position. Push your knees apart from each other. Just like that. Excellent job.
This is a fitness that is considered broad, general, and inclusive.
What's the biggest impact I can have on this athlete right here in this second?
Lane number 9, Lindsay Derby. Rounding out the heat for the ladies, heat number 1, lane 10, Sierra Chumlin. 1 minute, athletes, 1 minute. Seconds, athletes. Ten seconds. Stand by. Event number 6 for your ladies. Final event here at the Granite Games. Heat number 1 underway. 2014 regional event number 5 repeat. 10 rounds, 1 legless rope climb, and a down and back 170-foot shuttle run. If you're looking down on the floor, 10 lanes for our pylon. 1 through 10 as her athlete completes that round. Their judges will move that for them. Crawford right there in front, lane number 9, Derby as well. Your leading ladies working into round number 3. Good. 11-minute cap. Record on this event this year, coming by way of one Tia Claire Toomey, 3:32. Derby. Working into round number 5, leading the way. Five rounds completed. Bolela right behind her. Valadares and Fulmer right there in their leading lap as well. 2.5 minutes in. Lane number 9 leading the way. Lindsay Derby out of CrossFit Prowse. Coming up on the 3-minute mark. Derby working into round number 7. Your athletes out here working hard. A 2014 regional event repeat. 3.5 minutes in. Fulmer advancing. Bolella down in lane number 3 advancing. Trying to hold on to the lead down in lane number 9 is Lindsay Derby. Oliveri now picking up the pace. Two more climbs to go for Derby. Working in round number 9. Looking to come out here in heat number 1, set the time to beat with 2 heats to follow. Heading out for her final shuttle run. Bolella turning and heading out for another shuttle run, but one final rope climb to go for your leader down in lane number 9. Final event of the weekend. Coming up on the 5-minute mark. Oliveri now heading back. A couple more pulls to go for Derby, inching her way up, and that's a good touch-up for Lindsay Derby out of CrossFit Prowse. Lane number 9, setting the score to beat. Unofficially, 5:26. And now Bolella out of CrossFit Norwalk will shut it down right about 5:33. Danielle Oliveri heading back for her final run as Chiovetti will sprint this one out in lane number 7. Right about 6:05, 6 minutes in, 5 minutes remaining. Crawford now back out onto the shuttle. Oliveri slowing her pace down as she heads back to the rig, shaking out them arms. Oliveri working into round number 10. And that'll do it for Danielle Oliveri out of CrossFit Muskeg, putting the wheels on. Nice job. Down in lane number 8, 7:08. Training Think Tank. Athlete down in lane number 2, Anna Valadares. 7.5 minutes in. An 11-minute time cap for your ladies here in heat number 1. And that'll do it for Natea Fulmer. Handful of athletes still out here working hard as we come up on the 8-minute mark. Three minutes remaining, ladies. 3 minutes to go. Chumlin almost there. Good touch up from Chumlin. Come on, folks, we're gonna have to help them along. They need that little bit of extra boost once they get up onto that rope. Deep into event number 6, those arms starting to go away. Sierra Chumlin out of CrossFit Suasbante West. Lane number 10 shaking her arms out. Lanes 5 and 6, Julia Crawford in 5 out of Maverick CrossFit. Victoria Caruso out of CrossFit Roseland. Who's it gonna be? Chumlin up onto the rope, come on. Just a few feet to go. She needs a little bit of love from you. And that'll do it. Nice job. Sierra will finish up her weekend here at the Granite Games. Nice job, big smile. Same time for Crawford and Caruso. Caruso, a good rep and she'll run out. Crawford able to finish this one out just underneath that 10-minute mark. One final athlete out here working. We're gonna get her through the weekend all the way to the end. One final minute to go. Victoria Caruso, final athlete here in heat number 1. Gonna chalk up, make sure she's good and ready. Trying to get one more rep in here. Center of your competition floor. Come on, Victoria. 25 seconds remaining. Crowd right there cheering her on. Victoria up onto the rope. 15 seconds remaining. 10 seconds, and that's a good touch-up. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time. Nice job, ladies. We'll see how it all plays out. 2 more heats to come for event number 6.
The 2022 Granite Games and Week 3 of the CrossFit Semifinals season is presented by Trifecta. Here in suburban Minneapolis, Minnesota, alongside Torrance Training Labs, Jamie Hygia, CrossFit Big D's, Chase Ingram. My name is Joel Gadet, Three Kings Athletics. Welcome inside TCO Stadium for our final event presented by Thorne.
10 rounds for time, 1 legless rope climb in that shuttle run down and back. And I would say this is the one that has been looming since this whole weekend began. And if you look at the speed for a lot of these athletes, the descent has become a part of this event. It's not just how you get up, but it's how you get down. And everything is on the line here at the final event. You're going to have to push yourself to the very limit to try to maximize your points.
Let's check in with Jamie Hygia.
Thanks, guys. I'm down here with Tia Claire Toomey, 5 times CrossFit Games champion, and she won this event at the Touring Pro. Tia, what is your advice on this event?
Well, it's the last event, so you just want to go out there and give it your absolute all. But, you know, it is 10 rounds, so you do want to make sure that you are staying in your own lane, staying true to your own abilities, and, you know, trusting in and backing yourself in what you're capable of doing.
Thank you so much. We're excited to see how these women do.
Jamie, thank you. Tia Claire Toomey in 3 minutes and 32 seconds won that event at the Touring Pro. 3:21 worldwide is the time to beat from Christy O'Connell. These are the lanes here in the second heat for the women. Ashley Shoemaker, maybe a separator here. Track athlete in the multis, clearly can run and clearly has the upper body strength.
Oh, definitely has the athleticism to do well here, but it also comes down to grip strength and your ability to sustain that at the intensity level that they're going to need to be successful here.
.526 is the time to beat. That was established by Lindsay Derby out of CrossFit Prowse in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
They were looking at, obviously, the legless rope climb itself, the difficulty and the skill and strength you need to do a legless rope climb. And we're talking about the recipe for success, the descent being a big part of this, is that goes into play as far as if you can be fast down the rope. Another one is being down the rope efficiently. So you'll see athletes just not know how to slide down the rope or comfortably to it. And so more time you spend lowering yourself hand over hand, and that actually is a beautiful descent. And that's going to save your grip. Your grip, more often than not, you shred up your fingers on a rope. It has to do with how you get down it rather than what you're doing on the way up.
Beautiful descent belongs to Chloe Carano, who started this entire weekend with a very gymnastics-heavy event. She is a level 10 gymnast. Was phenomenal walking on her hands. Here she is with that upper body pulling up to the top of the rope.
I really like how close she gets her arms into her body, that tight hand over hand position. The other thing I like is you'll see athletes do this is that they'll go hand over hand technique over a kip until they get to the very last one. And then you'll see them do that gymnastic kip. And what that allows you to do is, if you go hand over hand and you reach, you're really only getting the pull with that last hand. So watch what she's doing as she gets to the top. She locks in both hands, kips and pulls with both arms so that she almost has this elevated weightless position as she taps the placard over your head and then gets back to the rope. It's a much better pull at the top when it really can be the more dangerous one when you only have one hand on the rope.
.11-minute time-capped event. 8 of the 9 women from Heat 1 did finish. Again, nice touch with that quick descent from Carano. This is Shoemaker.
See, her ascent is much quicker. She has a bit more length on her pulls. And you look at the effort putting forth between the two of them, Shoemaker looks like she's handling that a bit better, whereas laboring a bit more for Carano. So let's see that tight hand. And look, she's putting in a lot of work. I really love that kip at the top. The thing for Shoemaker is she's actually losing her time in between the reps. Now there's a big difference between the first 4 rope climbs or first 5 and the last 5. But look at that, a nice hand over hand walking up, no hesitation, no pause. But she's losing some ground with the rest she's taking at the rope. Carano, you can tell she's putting in a lot of effort and she has a lot of pulls. I would say
little pulls.
Yeah, I would say she has almost 2 or 3 more pulls than Shoemaker does.
This is Jess Harper, has moved into second place now out of CrossFit New England and Boston. That's a great outfit.
That is fantastic. I want to know.
That's coming to play.
We're selling those. Give me one of those. So for Carano, I would say she on her last climb, her last touch, she's getting shorter and shorter. So she has the same rep scheme. So she has 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then that kip. And she only see how she had to choke up a little extra at the end. So she's about 7 or 8 pulls to get to the top, but she's getting a little shorter as she gets there. So she may have to take an extra pull in these last couple of rounds than she started with.
She is your leader on the round of 7. Her judge moving her chest piece back now to the round of 8. 3 more rope climbs here for Carano in front here in this second heat.
I think Harper has moved ahead of her. So this is the 7th, and now the 8th, and now the 9th. So she had 2 extra climbs, or 2 extra pulls, than she has on her first 8 rounds.
And it does look like Jess Harper and Jessica Meek have pushed Chloe Carano now. All the way down at the top of the screen. You see Harper climbing in lane 8. Meek is in the red shirt in lane 9. Harper started CrossFit in Pittsburgh. Banded pull-ups when she began. She is running all the way through. That is the progress. If you dedicate yourself to it, a little bit of time, a little bit of effort. Here you are at the semifinals. Jessica Meek runs through in second, both beating the time to beat established by Lindsay Derby at 5:26 in the first heat. Now here is Carano. Should be able to get in ahead of that 5:26 time. Shoemaker on a blistering speed finishes the run.
Well,
these are all beating that time right now.
3 seconds behind Carano.
And we are now factoring in times from heat 1.
What's tough about this event being the final is that it's the same event as it would have been in earlier in the day. We've seen this all over the place for the last 2 weeks of semifinals that we've seen so far. The event directors can put this wherever they want. They're putting it here as the final event. It's a shorter event, a bit more on the line. We talk about pressure. Athletes on the bubble of making it to the games are going to have to really do some trust. Well, that was going to be a bad phrase. They got to trust themselves a little bit more beyond their own confidence of grip strength, because you're going to have to make some decisions that are well outside your comfort zone if we get down to the wire in those last 2 climbs.
Sydney Wells with the jog back to the rig here. That's a growth point for her in the upper body pulling as she continues to develop as a full-time CrossFit athlete.
Well, we saw Brooke Wells had to do the same thing early on in her career. That was a big point of emphasis for her maturity as an athlete. And like I said, Cindy is so new to the sport.
It's Jordan Sheff coming across. Sydney Wells has the wheels. She comes through. So does Kelly Benfey. And it's Carissa Stapp and Kayla Stefano. I still want to know where to get one of those Jess Harper jerseys. It's Stapp and Stefano still out there working. Carissa Stapp with the touch, had a great event this morning. Final rope climb here for Emily DeFeo.
Well, I think she got a no rep.
Yep. So the final climb for Emily DeFeo one more time. Second straight year to semifinal. She was 17th at the Mid-Atlantic last year. 3 minutes left to go here before the time cap.
Now becomes the waiting game. The last thing you can do is to hop up a few seconds too early. And it's not just the failure of the entire rep, but what that rep takes out of you.
3, 4, just counting these overhand grabs as you were doing with Carano earlier. And that one does work for Carissa Stapp.
I wasn't her last climb either.
They got one more. A little bit of a jog here for Stapp. Kayla Stefano with a walk back. And I think that might just be buying herself more time as she was shaking out her arms. DeFeo's going for it again. And DeFeo does tap.
Nope.
No, she missed. But good save.
Nope, don't save it. Careful.
Just come back down here from safety. Nope.
Yeah.
Had she been able to do it right away again, it was an impressive save, but at that point, Stapp.
Oh, come on.
Back down as Stefano sprints for the finish.
For Stapp, her bottom hand was too low.
She didn't wind up getting it.
Oh, all right.
So Carissa Stapp coming through, and with a minute before the time cap.
Well, she didn't come down. Maybe she choked back up and got the second attempt.
Back to Emily DeFeo. Still young in this sport. She was training in North Carolina with Whitney Gallin this past year.
She was so close on her last climb. I think she stopped just a couple inches too early or too short from the top. And she still has that hand over hand, but opting for that last ditch effort kip. So hers, you just want to get as close as you can at the top. Get those both hands near there. So you can use both to pull from.
She had a hot start.
No, the effort's there, but the grip's just absolutely gone. And that's a frustrating part because it has nothing to do with fatigue. She's completely fine. She probably has a heart rate of like 50 beats per minute, but the grip is gone. And that's the tough thing to navigate when you're out here in this event is like, I feel fine, but I can't hold on to the rope. It's a very frustrating feeling.
50 beats per minute.
Bob, yeah, right? Resting heart rate for a lot of these athletes. I thought I was aiming high.
It was Carano that came out hot first. Jess Harper in the distance.
And Harper made that pass in the last 2 or 3 climbs. It wasn't just Harper that made the pass at the end. It was Jessica Meek, who's in lane number 9 as well. So Harper and Meek end up sneaking ahead of Carano in the last 2 rope climbs. As I Google Puma jerseys.
I think she beats Toon Squad. We're going to the men next. Heat 2 for them coming up here in Minnesota.
Lane number 7, Marshall Creed. Lane number 8, Kyle Ballman. Rounding out the heat in lane number 9 for heat number 1 of your fellas, Eric Evans. One minute, athletes, 1 minute. Seconds, athletes. Ten seconds. Stand by. All right, we're rolling on heat number 1. Your men's elite division. Tackling 2014 regional event number 5. 10-rounder. Legless rope climb and a shuttle sprint. CJ Gerald leading things off for your fellas down in lane number 6. CJ out of Seoul CrossFit. Creed and Woodhall right there with them. Creed in 7, Woodhall down in lane number 4. Your top 3 men leading the way into round number 3. I'm gonna try not to blow your mind right here. The event record so far out of these 3 weeks, 2 minutes and 33 seconds. By way of Bill Leahy, the 4th. Finishing up round number 6, your leader, CJ Gerald down in lane number 6. And now working into round number 7. Marshall Creed right there with him. Just about one big pull on that rope separation between Gerald and Creed. Marshall Creed coming by way of CrossFit 217. A 3-point of contact on that shuttle run. 2 feet and 1 hand behind that red line as our athletes make their way back to the legless rope climb. Still pretty knotted up here in heat number 1 of your gentlemen. Coming up on the 2:15 marker, Stu Jones now. Working in round number 9. CJ Gerald. Heading back to the rig, crossing over that 240 marker. And CJ Gerald staying out in front, trying to extend that lead. Got some company down in lane number 1. Stuart Jones putting the pressure on. Josh Woodhall right there with him in that bright pink shirt. Final rep down in lane number 6 for CJ Gerald. And he's gonna sprint this one out. Lane number 6, taking heat number 1. See if this score holds up. Dynamite score, unofficially, 3:16 for Gerald. And now Woodhall will round out that number 2 position. Running it out, Stu Jones with the baseball slide in lane number 1. And now Eric Evans out of Gold Standard Athletics. Lanes 2 and 7. Al Baladejo and Creed rounding out your top 5 men. Hong out of CrossFit 5 Plus will finish up right around 3:47. And we are moving right along. 11-minute time cap here for our final event of the weekend. Lane number 5, Joe Piero. Joe back up on that rope. Heading back for another shuttle. One more round to go for Joe. Crossing over the 4.5-minute mark. Joe, lane number 5, hair looking good, crop top looking good. There you go, help him out. One final climb to go. And that'll do it for Joe Piero. A quick little sprint across the field. And that'll do it for heat number 1. Everybody coming in just over that 5-minute marker. Don't go anywhere. Don't leave your seat. You don't want to give up that good seat. Heat number 2 going to be coming right out.
Don't forget heats number 1 and 2 of the men. We have 1, 2, 3.
And that was with a forward tumble coming out of one of the first rounds of legless rope climbs. Bit of showmanship as well as fitness.
So Marquand Jones in the blue shirt leading the way. There's Chandler Smith in second place. I think admittedly a disappointing weekend for Chandler, but a chance to finish it strong.
And he'd tell you the same thing, and it's okay to say something like that when we know what his goals and aspirations are. It's not just to make the games for him, it's to do well at the games. Podium potential with Chandler Smith. And listen, it just didn't work out for him. There's some things he's going to have to go back to the drawing board on. Obviously, take some break, get away from the sport for a little bit, going to be human for some time, figure out some things, some goals and priorities you want to work on, and go from there.
Marquand Jones still leads the way. Chandler Smith just behind him. As we reach past the halfway point for the front of the pack athletes here. Norman Woodring is now on to his round of 7, joining Sam Demeester, Jordan Hayward, Chandler Smith, John Wood, Dylan Hamming. Everybody is there across the board, with the exception of Marquand Jones, who is on round 8. This is going to be a time that factors in.
We saw some good times from heat number 1 as well. And what's different in putting this event at the end is that the totality of the weekend adds up as we go from event to event. And what these athletes have been going through, especially the event that we had earlier this morning, is that the fatigue factor becomes even more apparent at the end of the weekend. Usually this has been on day 1, at latest day 2. Very curious to see how these athletes handle the fast pace, because we are going to have some incredible races on the men and women's final. And it's going to push athletes way out their comfort zone.
Just past the 3-minute mark, Marquand Jones into a full-on sprint. Chandler Jones blew right past him. And Chandler Jones actually comes from behind for the heat victory. Time to beat 3:11:39 unofficially. Hamming is done in lane 5, center of screen.
4 athletes all under about that 3:20 mark.
Wood just finished in 3:27, Hayward in 3:29. Time to beat was CJ Gerald, 3:17. We'll see how that all comes into play as we move into the final heat, as Tyler Edgeman finishes out. And here comes Zach Bunton, another guy that I know was looking for a bigger weekend.
I mean, he was right there for a while. He just couldn't finish the weekend out as he wanted to. Had a great start.
And everybody in the heat clears. Zach Bunton in 3:54, as has been the case for every men's event and every men's heat in every semifinal so far this season. Chandler Smith beats Marquand Jones by 3 seconds.
Marquand Jones on the left was your leader through about 8 rounds, but Chandler Smith on the right, the amount of pulls that was taking him, his cycle rate on the rope was just a little bit faster than Jones. You know, and just 1 round left to go, but Chandler Smith,
he came off with a vengeance. Not that Jones didn't, but Jones came off at kind of a same pace, and Chandler hit the ground, said, yeah, watch this and eat my dust. See where those 2 men factor in 3:11 and 3:14. But we have final heats now. We'll start with the women. We're going to hand out some tickets to the CrossFit Games. Stay with us. Everything comes down to this for the women. 5 spots to the CrossFit Games are on the line. It's the 3rd week of semifinals here at the Granite Games, presented by Trifecta in Eagan, Minnesota. Alongside Chase Ingram, Jamie Hagia is our reporter down on the floor. My name is Joel Godet. This is event number 6. Where we stand, above the red line, you're going to Madison. Above the blue line, last chance online qualifier spot. And Chase, nothing is decided.
9 points between Alex Gazan and Emily Rolfe. She's only 16 out of 4, so you got Chloe, Emily, and Alex all within 16 points of each other. 2 spots, 3 ladies. But with this event, with this rope climb event, we have seen some of the craziest things in this event in particular, and the final event across 2 weeks of semifinals. No one is safe.
Recipe for success, delivered by Trifecta.
You can tax your grip on the way up. You can ruin it on the way down. So the descent matters, and you're going to have to push yourself to the absolute red line limit if you want to succeed in this event.
Down to the floor, we've got a secret weapon up our hands in Jamie Hagia.
Thanks, guys. A couple keys to this legless rope climb. These women running down the field, they're going to want to jump up as high as they can to minimize their pulls. Once they get up there, keep that the rope close to them. And then, although you cannot use your legs to help assist you, you can kind of use them in the kip. Let's give this a shot. Jump up as high as you can.
Okay.
She's got some experience, folks. Back in 2014, when they originally did this event, that young woman won. These are the lane assignments. Mal O'Brien in the middle of the field. She can look left and right and check her competition. But the 2 to watch out for are in lane 8, Alex Gazan, Emily Rolfe in lane 7, as far away as possible, chasing one another.
On the outside looking in, Chloe Wilson 4th overall. She's sitting with 400 total points. Emily Rolfe behind her, 7 points back. Emily Rolfe is in that 5th and final qualifying spot. But Gazan just 9 points behind her. So if you're looking at the point system that we're working with, 4 points per place from 1st down to 10th. That's 3 people. That's all it's going to take in an event that has been taking less than 5 minutes for these athletes. And crazier things have happened. We've seen the Will Moore comebacks, the 81-point swings. So you see athletes like Kelly Stone and Fisa Gaffi, who are about 56, 54 points out of a qualifying spot. That is nothing in an event like this.
Stone would be a Games rookie as an individual. So too would Gazan and Chloe Wilson. There are dreams on the line. And we are underway. This event will go by in an IBAT. 3:21 is the record across all the semifinals. That's Christy O'Connell. Quick work for Amanda Barnhart. And Danny Spiegel right now at the front of the pack.
See Fisa Gaffi in the yellow top, black pants. She's sitting at 8th overall. 56 points out of 5th. 63 points out of 4th. And that's a difference on the leaderboard between 1st and 16th.
And right next to Fisa Gaffi is Alex Gazan. Justin Kotler's her coach with the Underdogs Athletics. He assured us this was going to be a good event for her.
Gazan has to beat Emily Rolfe by at least 4 places on the leaderboard if she wants to make up that distance or that time discrepancy.
Talked about Christy O'Connell at the Syndicate Crown. Tia Toomey, who Jamie spoke to a couple of heats ago. Not too shabby for the 5-time fittest woman on earth. Gazan is doing exactly what she needs to do. The question is going to be, will she get enough help from the rest of the field?
And she may have some help in the later heats. We've had some pretty fast times so far. 4:49, 4:59, 5:16. They're not going at a blistering pace. There's some conservative play here, and I think this is the right play. We've seen a lot of athletes go way too hot in the first 5 and then pay for it in the last 2.
Gazan just finished her 5th rope climb. Halfway through this event.
Chloe Wilson was sitting in 4th overall with 400 points. And that's a much more labored rope climb than we see the other athletes do. And once you see those hands get stuck on top of each other, that's a dangerous position to put your hands in. She's falling to about 6th place in this event.
She's on round 5 as soon as she finishes this shuttle run.
Say Chloe was about 16 points clear of Alex Gazan,
who was climbing her 7th rope here. Boy, Justin Kotler was prophetic. He knows his athletes well. 9 points out of qualifying for her first trip to the CrossFit Games, and a huge emergence this year for Alex. Semifinals athlete last year when she was 16th at the West Coast Classic, and came into this as the 3rd seed. And you wondered, would she live up to her performance in quarterfinals? She has. Now, can she put the cherry on top?
She has 2 opportunities. It's not just Emily Rolfe that she's trying to pass, but what Chloe Wilson, who's 6th in this event or in this heat, is another opportunity. She was 9 points back on Rolfe, 16-point backs on Wilson. And leading this heat, this is the place finish that she needs to have. If she can maintain this, she's going to get 100 points. And then we start doing some math based off where the other athletes finish.
Alex Gazan leads the way. She's a full round ahead of Chloe Wilson. Alex Gazan is on to her 10th and final rope climb here. They have her chest piece on round 10. And Alex Gazan is taking off. 9 points out of qualifying for the games. The time to beat was 4:49. She has it by almost a minute. Alex Gazan has done all she can. And now she's going to have to wait to find out if she'll be a Games rookie later this summer.
Okay, so she needed 16 points at minimum. There's 4 off the table.
Fee Sagafi comes in 2nd. She makes that interesting. Mal O'Brien will come in 3rd here.
Mal O'Brien coming in, 8 points off the table. She's 1 point out of that 5th place position with Rolfe, but here comes Rolfe. So Rolfe might take herself off the table as far as getting caught by Gazan, and now all eyes are on Chloe Wilson.
Wilson is on her final rope climb, but there are people finishing. Amanda Barnhart coming home.
So Rolfe coming in is 12.
And
Barnhart coming in is 16.
Chloe Wilson has to sprint. Danny Spiegel's coming up on her heels. Wilson, everything left in the tank, and she comes through in 4:48.
But we had a time of right around 4:49 in the previous heat. And if that 16 points stand, which it might, that means there's a tie. And if there's a tie in the points, we're going to a tiebreaker.
4:49.47 unofficially for Chloe Wilson. Jess Harper was at 4:49.37. A 1/10 of a second put Jess Harper ahead of Chloe Wilson. Again, that's unofficial.
So if we have a tie and that official score stands, the tiebreaker between Wilson and Rolfe, they both had, Rolfe had a 2nd that we just saw in event 5 that got her in the top 5. Wilson's next score, highest score, is 4 because they go down to a tiebreaker based off their best finishing place on the weekend.
Here comes Caroline Stanley.
But that's all predicated on how close the finish was on the previous heat scores.
And Kelly Stone is still out there working. Had an opportunity here coming in. She was 54 points out of qualifying, and actually now Stone has to worry about whether or not she'll finish top 8 and make it to the last chance online qualifier. This is Chelsea Nicholas. 9th competitor to finish here in this final heat. And with an 11-minute cap, there is still plenty of time on this final rope climb for Kelly Stone to think about it. A lot of hugs going on here, and I liked one of the earlier moments. You saw Danny Spiegel come over to Alex Gazan, and she said, hey, no matter what. And just reading into that, I think that was a listen. If you got in, great. If you didn't, no matter what, you showed up and you proved yourself this weekend. You can see Stone and see that blue line for the last chance online qualifier cut.
And it's going to get close. Depends on where Stanley finished.
14th in the event for Caroline Stanley right now. And times are passing with every waning second from previous heats.
I like there, she's looking at her coach. Her coach is telling her to wait. It's so great to have someone right there in front of you trying to walk you through this.
Kelly Stone got there. Well inside the cap, Kelly Stone finishes. The entire field clears in 7 minutes and 41 seconds.
And now it's up to a group of people much smarter than me, which isn't saying much, to figure out the math once the scores get official. Because again, we don't know exactly, we're talking tenths of seconds from a previous heat score for Chloe Wilson. And did she or didn't she get ahead of that? And then if she did, what is that tiebreaker situation going to look like between her and Rolf? But Alex just going out there, taking matters into her own hands, literally. And Justin Kotler called it prior to that. We weren't sure if he was just being a big fan or a great coach. And Kazan might have done everything she needed to do here to get herself back up in the top 5.
This says nothing about Alex Kazan's skill set. She's a great athlete in her own right, but she starts training with the underdogs, and who's the one that took her under her wing? Carrie Pierce, the queen of gymnastics and that upper body pulling strength. 10-second win for Alex Kazan. Was it enough? Well, if that's not a hook, we'll be back to find out next. We have our announcement on who is going to the CrossFit Games, and let's go down to the field and Mike Richards.
All right, we're going to go 1 to 5. In your first place position, Mal O'Brien. In second place, Amanda Barnhart. In third place, make some noise for Danny Spiegel. In fourth place, by 3 points, Alex Gazan. And our fifth spot, by 5 points, make some noise for Emily Roth. Don't forget those 6, 7, and 8 spots. Chloe Wilson, Fee Sagafi, Kelly Stone. Our last chance qualifiers are in effect. One more heat to go.
So those are the 5 going to the CrossFit Games. Congratulations to all of them. Alex Gazan will make her CrossFit Games debut. She is with Jamie Hageem.
Emotion, this is your first CrossFit Games. What does this moment mean to you?
It's kind of surreal. I don't know. It takes a minute to sink in, but I'm so excited.
Coming into this last event, you knew you had to have a great finish. What was your mindset like coming into this last one?
I like legless rope climbs, and I knew like if I executed, I could do well, but you can't control your competitors, so it was just stay in my own lane and see what happens.
We saw your coach and your whole team over there going absolutely nuts for you. What does it mean to you to have all of their support?
The world.
Congratulations, you're heading to the CrossFit Games. Congratulations.
Those are cool moments.
Those are my favorite moments.
Alex Gazan, for all of the youth, she comes to the forefront, just 20 years old. The ecstasy there, the agony for Chloe Wilson, who misses out on a Games ticket by 1 spot for the 3rd time in her career. But for the 5 that are going, jubilation, and the men will decide their fate when we come on back. 5 men are going to the CrossFit Games. Who will they be is the question. Welcome to week 3 of the semifinals presented by Trifecta, the very final event here at the 2022 Granite Games outside the Twin Cities. Jamie Hagia is our reporter down on the floor alongside Chase Ingram. My name is Joel Godet. It all comes down to a sprint workout at the end. Phil Toon in the driver's seat. Professor Brent Fikowski is in second, but all eyes on that 2-point difference between Sam Quant and Tim Paulson.
Hey, they finish in the top 10. This is a winner-take-all games ticket on the line between Quant and Paulson. But Phil Toon, what more can you say? Been knocking on the door for a couple years. Great off-season so far. To be able to take down Brent Fikowski in a chipper that they had yesterday. And the performance he had here in event number 5, he's just been so consistent across the board.
Our event description is presented by Thorne, a revisit of the 2014 regional event number 5.
This event couldn't get intense enough. Why not just put it at the final when 2 points are on the line to decide who goes to the CrossFit Games or not?
Recipe for success in it? That's delivered by Trifecta. The descent is what matters, not necessarily only the rise.
Yeah, I mean, that was the big thing in 2014. Who can do it? Everybody can do it now. It's 8 years later. Now it's who can do it the fastest, as well as up and down.
Leader Phil Toon in lane 5. Quant is in lane 3. Tim Paulson is in lane 8. In the women's final heat, we did see some movement from the outside in, with Alex Kazan jumping from 6th all the way up to 4th. Sam Quant, though, could the comeback be complete? Missed the games all told last year, a 4th place and a 3rd place in the last 2 events, and now he is in control of his own destiny.
2-point lead on Tim Paulson. Tim Paulson on the other side of the field. He knows what's at stake. He knows what it takes to get here. Both these athletes do, so it's not going to be chalked up to inexperience, pressure. It's all going to be performance.
10 rounds for a trip to Madison. A 170-foot run. 10 legless rope climbs.
On the line as well, but in lanes 5 and 6, Phil Toon on the left, Brent Fikowski on the right. Toon only has a 4-point lead on Brent Fikowski for the Granite Games Championship. Both should have a clear ticket to the CrossFit Games as it stands, but you still want to take that win at the end.
And Toon did struggle on a legless rope climb event last year. Brent Fikowski happens to be really tall. One quick jump and he's almost within reach.
Well, Nick Matthew at the top of your screen is just absolutely going for it. And look, he's only in 8th place, 34 points out of a qualifying position. That's the difference between 1st and 10th.
Colton Mertens right now is in last place, and he's not safe. He came in yesterday in 1st place overall, but he's 56 points in the field right now. It's a different event, but we already saw at a semifinal earlier this season an 81-point gap made up.
Exactly. We've seen crazier things happen. In fact, if you look back what happened to Sprague, Sprague was sitting in 3rd when he lost that 1-point difference between him and Will Morad. If you're looking at 50 points, that's the difference. 1st place, that's 100. So if Nick Matthew can do that, that's 100 points. If you want to get 50 points on someone, it's only a 14th place finish. 14th place is going to get you 49 points.
When Will Morad made that jump at the syndicate to catch James Sprague, that was a 19th place finish by Sprague that opened the door.
And we talked about the recipe for success and push yourself to the absolute limit. Nick Matthew really has nothing to lose in this position, but it still might have come out just a hair too fast as Mayer and Quant has caught up to him. Paulson just getting off the rig.
Your leaders here are on round 7, and Tim Paulson is not in that mix.
Tim Paulson is almost a round behind. He is about to get lapped. Tim Paulson, who is 2 points out, qualified last year out of the Granite Games, where Quant holds the 2-point lead.
Sam Quant touches the red line. He is now making his way back to the rig for what will be his 9th rope climb of 10. Quant, just like Alex Kazan on the women's side, if you win, it doesn't matter.
Quan a little slower on that last touch, but we talked about where Tim's sitting, but we also are worried about where Mertens is. Because we're catching up to Mertens right now. So as Mertens, if he's leading Tim, that's a safe position, but
here's Matt DeLugos. He very quietly from behind is going to win. Matt DeLugos, it's an underdogs event, and then the field coming behind. Travis Mayer in second, Sam Quant is in third. A slide in lane 9 by Nick Matthew. Here comes Fikowski. Franco across in lane 10.
Okay, so Matt DeLugos was 50 points out.
And now here comes
position. Toon's fine.
But Mertens and Paulson might not be.
Paulson is done. Now, Paulson was 2 points out of a qualifying position, but look at Colton Mertens. Mertens had 428. Paulson had 372. So there's 56 points.
Final rope climb for the muscle hamster. Colton Mertens making his way in what he hopes will be under 4 minutes, but will it be enough? He came in 56 points safe of qualifying, and his game's life hangs in the balance.
Now Paulson, again, though he was 6th place, he was still a big distance of points away from Mertens, and where they both finish here in the event, I think Colton should be safe. But Fikowski, who got ahead of Toon, may be your overall winner. Quad should have secured at least a top 5 position.
Fikowski should win because he was 4 points back of Toon, and he beat him by well more than one spot.
Yeah, well outside that. So at least here, Toon's going to qualify for the first time. He's been knocking on that door for a couple years.
Fikowski will win the Granite Games in 2022.
But DeLugos.
What a fitting name. The Underdogs Athletics. And we are watching all these other races, and then Matt DeLugos says, yeah, hold on a second. I'm going to throw myself into this mix.
Well, we had a race for 5th. We had a race for 1st as Fikowski came out the gate side by side with Phil Toon, the man he's been chasing the entire weekend. Nick Matthews shot his shot to see if he could throw a Hail Mary. Wasn't able to compete the pace, but DeLugos was out of the screen before we could even get back. He'll take the unofficial win in event number 6. And all I can think about is last night in the snatch event and just getting so handcuffed in the chest to bar pull-ups.
I think it was just a fact of where Matt Fraser was standing, but there's nothing better than winning an event and screaming, let's go, in the face of the 5-time fittest man on earth. Matt DeLugos in 2:59. And then it got Minnesota wild. 3:09, 3:10, 3:11. Chandler Smith's time factors in from an earlier heat. Marquand Jones, Sam DeMeester, CJ Gerald, all times from earlier heats factoring into the top 10. We'll take a quick break. We'll come on back with the official results and tell you which 5 you're going to see in Madison.
folks, here we go. Like we said, we're not going to drag it out. We're going to give it to you straight. Your top 5 athletes. In first place, with 520 points, Brent Fikowski. In second place, with 496 points, Phil Toon. In third place, with 492 points, Travis Mayer. In fourth place, with 466 points, Samuel Quant. All right, folks, there's only one spot left. With 438 points, Colton Mertens. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for your top 5 athletes going to the CrossFit Games. Brent Fikowski, Phil Toon, Travis Mayer, Sam Colton Mertens.
Emotion for both men. Colton Mertens going back to the CrossFit Games. Tim Paulson winds up not factoring in for the bid for the 5th spot, but Nick Matthew, for the 2nd time in a row, just like Chloe Wilson, misses out on a games chance for the 3rd time by 1 spot. Nick Matthew misses out on a games chance by 1 spot for the 2nd straight year out of the same semifinal.
I think it was 3 points last year to Colton Mertens. This was the same 5th and 6th we had last year at the Granite Games.
And it's hard, right? You're going to the last chance online qualifier, but it's going to be you and 30 people as opposed to you having it right at the fingertips. Colton Mertens is with Jamie.
Congratulations, Colton. You gave everyone in the stadium a scare. What was going through your mind in that final event?
I knew that was not going to be a great event for me. I've been working on rope climbs a lot, but I knew that my capacity was, it is what it is at this point for that movement. And a sprint like that, I knew I was going to have a hard time keeping up with some of these guys, but I went as fast as I could, and I got close to failure at the end, and I think I did as well as I could have on that event, and I put myself in a good position earlier in the week to be able to take a hit on that workout.
With such a close race against Nick Matthew, this is the 2nd year in a row. How does that feel that you're going back to the CrossFit Games for a 2nd year in a row?
It's a big relief. I'm a lot fitter than I was last year. A lot of these events would have buried me last year, and I'm happy to have qualified out of maybe the hardest region in North America, and just so many good guys here who deserve a spot at the Games, but I'm happy that I was able to take that last spot.
Congratulations, Colton Mertens.
Congratulations to Colton Mertens, but you can't go unnoticed for Nick Matthew, who told us coming in the biggest improvement this year was he took care of the little things because he needed to close a 3-point gap. He needed the little things to close a little gap. And sometimes you look up at the world and go, why?
Well, I mean, look, hats off to Nick Matthew, and obviously there's some heartbreak when there is joy on the other end of the spectrum. The line falls on somebody, but look, I mean, we're spoiled here in the booth of just getting these performances that we've had from all these athletes for 3 weeks in a row. And that's the emotion of sport. It's the best part of the competition, whether it's good for some and bad for others. That's why we show up and watch this thing.
Listen, we had 8 previous Games athletes in this men's field. Phil Toon's a rookie. Not all 8 could go back to the Games. Not all 8 of them will. Closing ceremonies are coming your way as we roll on from Minnesota.
your way down to the end zone.